Moving over to Bayside for the second event for the elite teams of 3 here on Saturday at the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. We have Nikki Brazier down there on the Bayside stage. We are set for the beginning of Heat 2 for the women. Due to some scheduling conflicts, we had to move our stuff and crew over from Flagler to Bayside. Heat number 1 is already in the book, so this is Heat 2 now for the women of event number 2, Chasing Waterfalls.
And this is one of those unique events where you have 2 things going on simultaneously, and they're 2 separate scores. You can see the first portion. This is going to be a relay. 15 D-ball to the shoulder, swim, 21 D-bell squats. That'll be a relay scored event. Athlete 1, 2, and 3 combined will be a score. The second portion of this event is going to be a 5K run on the air runners. So the 2 athletes that are not doing the relay portion, you can see on the right side, are sharing the load on the 5K. They can switch as often as they want, which just means working with your partner to get done. Now what we heard so far is that the run is taking less time than the actual relay work that's going on to the left. Now, if all athletes are done before the run's up, they can all work together.
And now the first group of athletes are out onto the open water swim. There's Emma McQuaid. We'll do our best to identify teams and athletes as they work their way into the water.
Now, one thing, Sean, is that it's cold out here. It is legitimately cold out here. The sun has dropped, so now we're not getting the warmth of that burning ball in the sky. And I think this may be the first time after the first round that people will fight to get onto the runner.
With the Invictus Chicks, who we are being told are the leaders in the water. And the GoWad girls also up there as well.
And this is just a one-off, right? When it comes to the one-off, 15 cleans, swim, 21 squats. Now, the same swim course that the individuals did. And this could be one of those small advantages that someone who's double dipping as far as doing individual and team has here this weekend on the team side, is knowing how far it is, what it feels like to be in the water. It's a bit of an advantage as far as comfortability.
Well, here is the official event description of Chasing Waterfalls presented by Assault Fitness. 2-part event that is taking place at the same time here.
Again, points for the 5K relay style. 2 athletes that are not doing the clean portion get to work together. Now, once this athlete comes in, finishes their squat, the athlete 2 will enter, come off the runner, and then this first athlete can help get distance on the run.
Team Explode on your screen now. They are out front in the water. The trio of Tracy Johnson, Rachel Fricker, and Karis Demi.
As I said before, in Heat 1 at least, your lead teams, we were told, were finishing the run before these teams were finishing this middle portion, or the relay portion of this event. Because, I mean, look, you're sharing a 5K on a runner with 3 people. You're probably going to finish a 5K, like a decent 5K for an individual is right around that 21-minute mark, holding that 7-minute mile or just under pace. When it comes to that, sharing it, obviously you would think that time will be a little bit faster. So originally thinking, not sure how long it would take, a bit more emphasis was thought it would maybe be on the runner, but now it's taking less time. I think it puts much more emphasis on the speed you're going to need on this relay style with the D-ball.
You saw the time to beat from Heat 1, 21 minutes, 12 seconds from the Milford Monsters.
coming off this swim, have to run around the side, so it makes it even for everyone. It's a nice even loop. And then you come into those squats, and coming into those squats, your arms are heavy, your shoulders are tired from the cleans. Having to hold on to that ball for those 21 squats. I know it's just 100 pounds, and this is one thing where a shout out to improving the competition. In previous years, we've seen a sandbag when it comes to this portion. And when you have a sandbag and you get wet, it actually makes the bag heavier. With the D-ball, it doesn't make it heavier, but that we saw, it does make it slicker. So there's a give and take when it comes to using the strongman bags, as we usually see with D-ball to the shoulder, and these D-balls themselves.
Rachel Fricker is the athlete in the middle there for Team Explode. And just about everybody choosing to hold that 100-pound D-ball on their shoulders, and Fricker's really struggling with this thing right now.
Call that the that's the mama bear squat, right? With the D-ball, whatever it takes. And the standards that they have here this weekend is about the same that we saw on the individual side, where it's just getting below.
Team, Town and Lycan in lanes 13 and 15 are towards the front.
And we saw the ball. Now the standard that we have is 2. And D-ball gets hang on to that speed you have through the middle, usually with that clean, your arms slip, it slides off the shoulders. So that the unknown element in here is managing the difficulty of that slick D-ball. Now, once she moves into the second portion, athlete 1 can now be a part of the 5K share. So you're gonna have athletes that have 2 back-to-back runs on the 5K when it comes to this, or splitting it in between, whether you're the first or the last portion.
The leaders at the far end of the floor. Motown in lane 13 on the left side. The Latina gang in lane 15 on the top of your screen. And then Lycan Wodapalooza Mexico in lane 14. The first of their 3 athletes getting set to finish up here. 2-part event taking place at the same time. The athletes in a relay style going through the swim, the D-ball squats, and the cleans, and the 5K run. That's Michelle Basnet making her way out into the water. And Leah Schmidt is now entering the water for Lycan Wodapalooza Mexico.
These athletes all came off the run. They had about 6 or 7 minutes working with another partner on the 5K portion of this 2-scored event. You have the relay with the D-ball, swim, and squats, and then you have the 5K 4 time. And you can see that hand in the air, that bit of communication with your teammate. And a big thing here is, we talked about saving seconds earlier, not making mistakes in the fast portion that we had in event 1. Here it's transitions. Saving seconds by keeping that tread running, right? Keeping that thing moving. And one of those things that may be overlooked, or maybe under, not as respected, maybe as just a level of importance of just being able to get that quick transition, keeping the track speed up, because on these air runners, they stop pretty quickly, and to get it started again, it makes another challenge for these athletes.
21 minutes, 12 seconds from the Milford Monsters. That is the time to beat from heat number 1. This is the second of 3 heats. And the 3 athletes that got into the water, first was Michelle Basnet, second was Allison Scuds, and the third was Leah Schmidt.
unique challenge of this test is trying to figure out who goes where. The swim relay, it's advantageous. Like, okay, do we want to put... It's interesting when you look at it because of the run taking less time than we originally thought based off this relay, but putting people in the best position to succeed based off the skill sets that they have. So say you're not the best runner in the world. Okay, well, do I put you first while you're fresh? And so your run isn't too bad because we're going to need some help there? Or do I put you at the end where you're not going to be able, or put you first on the relay where you don't have to run as much? And that's the unique test when you have these simultaneous, basically two events going on side by side. Usually we see a part A and a part B and they're separated. Now it's in conjunction with each other.
Well, Michelle Basnet for WZA, or pardon me, MZA at WZA, that's her team that she is on, and she is the leader making the turn now, coming back. On the left side, lanes 4, 5, and 6. So MZA at WZA, they're in lane 4, closest to the camera. Next to them is Training Culture, then it's Best Buds and Scuds Underdogs, and it's Ashley Shoemaker on the left, who's on the runner for them. Then next to them, Training Culture. That's Johanna Moya Oliver. And then next to them, Best Buds and Scuds. Allison Scuds is in the water, and then Elena Buds and Christine Best are on the runner. Michelle Basnet out of the water. Let's check in with Nikki Brazier, who's down on the competition floor.
Yeah, guys, it is a beautiful day, but it is deceptively cold out here, and that might pose a little bit of a difficult situation for the runners who have to get in and out of the water, where the water temperature is also cooled off a little bit. But according to Chris Hinshaw, who runs aerobic capacity, he said that for some of these athletes, the water may actually come as a relief as far as the cold temperature goes. So it'll be very dependent on who's comfortable with that temperature adjustment to see who comes out on top.
And it's very deceptive because you see 75 degrees, and if you think about air temperature, it's like, oh, that's a cool sunny day in Miami Beach, Florida. In the water, much different. I know the people in California will be like, it's way colder here. It's like, that's cold. That's cold for your person who's not used to the water. And Chris is right, because you get that blast of cool water, and that helps actually drop your core temperature down. When usually when you get fatigued at a high level, that core temperature raises, so your body reacts a certain way. So yeah, that splash of cold water is a welcomed splash when it comes to keeping your core temperature down, allowing you to dig a bit deeper in that aerobic sense.
The top three right now, MZA at WZA, they are in lane number 4. That's Michelle Basnet, bottom left-hand part of your screen, going through her D-ball squats. After that, Motown sits in second place. They're in lane 13, in the upper part of your screen. Then it's Lycan Wadex Mexico in lane 14, and Best Buds and Scuds Underdogs. Now Michelle Basnet is done, and she'll hand things off to Ashley Shoemaker, who begins with those D-ball cleans.
And that's the slick portion we talked about, that slip off the shoulder, getting that no rep, not getting it high enough. That's 2 no reps back to back on the D-ball clean.
21 minutes, 12 seconds. That's the top time from heat number 1. This is the second heat for the elite female teams. Lanes 13 and 14, and second and third, Motown and Lycan Wadex Mexico.
What the stipulations or rules were of bringing towels out to the competition floor. It had to have been a no, because it seems like a no-brainer to bring a towel out here to dry off the D-ball. And the best towel you can actually get, after getting word that it is allowed to be out here, well, then that's a huge miss. And I'm just going to throw it out there. Like, get the D-ball. You should have a towel and you should have a block of chalk. And what you do on the run in is you dry yourself off coming in, you chalk the ever-living everything out of your arms and hands to put on this D-ball. I'm surprised that that's not actually being allowed, or people aren't utilizing it like they could.
That's Caroline Klutz for getting into the water. As they are towards the front here. Looks like Sol Sigurdardottir for the Goa girls now moving into the water as well, as they look to be on their third and final athlete. Ashley Shoemaker at WZA, they were towards the front as well. She is the last athlete on.
That's what Van Zyl was asking, is if we had to go wait to.
Stevie Dellinger on the runner for Motown. Dellinger working through that 5K run on the air runner. The Motown, we're being told, is they're still the leaders here. Now it's Stephanie Grange on the runner for Motown.
This is just a nice big stride when you're striding. Finding that sweet spot of being on it too long, too little, good transitions, keeping that speed up.
Dellinger back on for Motown. Great transition for them. 25-minute time cap here. They're trying to chase down the Milford Monsters time at 21 minutes, 12 seconds. Caroline Klutz is in the water for Motown. And once she gets back, she's got to do her D-ball squats. And now the run is finished for them. So that's all that remains, the back half of the swim and then the D-ball squats for Motown.
And Sean, I think that's the third team done on the 5K itself.
The Invictus champ, they finished their 5K run as well. And a couple other teams have finished on the runner. So all they have left is to get their final athlete through the swim and the D-ball squats. Caroline Klutz in the multicolored top, the pink and white top and the swim cap for Motown.
And then it's just swimming on top of each other. It's getting choppy out here, Sean. It's been windy all day here. It just looks like, oh, we're just in a pool or a bathtub and we're swimming through. But that amount of chop actually makes it when you're in the makes it much more difficult to swim.
And here comes Caroline Klutz for Motown. Sol Sigurdardottir is out of the water as well. Is now the leader. So Sol Sigurdardottir to the D-ball cleans. And She is now battling with Klutz for the win here in Heat 2.
And this is tough. This is the tough leg to have, is that your legs are heavy from spending two times the amount of space or time on the runner. You did your cleans, you're swimming, the legs are shot, your lungs are burning, and to put that ball on your shoulders and start cranking through these last 21 overhead squats of the D-ball, this is a tough leg to have.
Hannah Carlson is on the far left side of the screen. You can barely see her as the Go Walk girls are now done, and they should have the time to beat. They will win the heat. Motown looking to finish second in the heat, and then the Swedes with Hannah Carlson in the blue swim cap working her way through her D-ball squats. But we'll wait for the official times. But it does look like the Go Walk girls are your new leaders at 21:08 unofficially, 4 seconds faster than the Milford Monsters. And the Swedes are in. Hannah Carlson is done. They'll take third place in the heat. Motown finished in second. Best Buds and Scuds are done as well. So Ashley Shoemaker for MZA at WZA finishing up her D-ball squats, 100 pounds on that D-ball.
You know, put on the shoulders. It's a tougher position to be in, but if you think about just being able to breathe, putting it on the shoulders is where you want that ball to be, especially at the end. I mean, your lungs are shot by the time you're the last person. You've been running for 15 minutes straight. Now you had to do the cleans. Now you had to do the swim. It's really hard to breathe holding it in that front rack position, let alone having to hold it, right? Ball's wet. It's hard to get a grip. That's sitting on your chest. It's sitting on your diaphragm. You're not able to breathe. So this is really one of the better positions to be in if you can stabilize it.
Like in Wadex, Mexico, they are in. (23:11.02). The Go Wad girls' official time, 21:3.98 seconds. And MZA at WZA with now 2 reps to go for Ashley Shoemaker on the D-ball squats. And they are in. Now the Latina gang. It's like Laura Sanchez on the squats, and now she is in for the Latina gang to close out their event, and we have less than a minute to go before we hit the time cap. The Go Wad girls, Jacqueline Dahlstrom, Emma McQuaid, and Sol Sigurdardottir, they now have the top time. They edged out the Milford Monsters by about 4 seconds.
And that's the second heat win they've had. We're not going to reseed the first day of competition. We'll reseed going into the second day. But 2 heat wins for that team.
We'll make that a 9-second victory after the official time came in. And now final seconds here in heat number 2 of Chasing Waterfalls. And that'll do it. So the Go Wad girls with now the top time as we have 1 heat remaining for the women here. And it was Sol Sigurdardottir who was able to track down Caroline Klutz on that swim. Team action continues here on Saturday at the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza as we have moved from Flagler over to Bayside. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Nikki Brazier's down on the competition floor as we're getting in the water for the team competition here for the first time today. It's chasing waterfalls. And there's a lot going on here.
Stay with me here, folks. All right, you got two scores, Part A, Part B. Part A, 5K run for time. All three get to share the work once they're there. It's usually going to be 2 at a time. While 3 rounds for time, 1 per athlete, 15 D-ball cleans, open water swim, 21 D-ball squats. Part A is taking less than Part B. So the emphasis there is Part B is actually going to be the heavier, not heavier weighted. It's still 100 points, but that's where the emphasis needs to be. That's the tougher part.
Let's send it down to Nikki Brazier.
It is a beautiful but very chilly day down here today for this part of the event, which means cold air temperatures and colder water temperatures for the athletes. Not to mention, it is breezy down here, you guys, which is going to add to the choppiness of the water. Keep in mind, too, the choppier the water, the more that buoy may float around. So the athletes are going to have to be really focused to make sure that they stay on track down here today.
What are the ingredients for success in this 2-part event?
When I was looking at it on paper, it's like the least juice gets the caboose, and what that actually should be is your worst runner needs to get to it last, which means you need to put them first because the runner is taking least amount of time. The longest time is the Part B with the relay, so you got to be fresh. So you don't have the best conditioning, make sure they're fresh for that part. Into the storm. This is going to be hard no matter what happens. So run towards that storm, go straight into it, and just headlong try to get this over with.
Lane assignments here. There will be 15 teams on the floor. And remember, 2-part event happens at the same time. 2 separate scores will be applied. A lot of moving parts here in this event. In lanes 5 and 6, you've got the girls and the All-American girls. And in lane 5, mentioned the team, the girls, and they had a very solid performance in event number 1.
So you look at their performance in event number 1, and can they carry that into event number 2, being a drastically different test than we saw in event number 1. But the team I am looking at that I think has the best chance to win, possibly both, is just on the left. You have a lineup of great swimmers and great runners in this with Barnhart, O'Connell. And not to mention, you know, throwing in a decent athlete between the 2 of those with Brooke Wells.
And we are underway. The 5K run, and then 1 athlete at a time going through the D-ball cleans, the open water swim, and then the D-ball squats. 100 pounds here for the women on that D-ball. 21 minutes, 3.98 seconds from the Go Wad girls.
And this is the difference between a 100-pound ball for women and a 150-pound ball for men. How strong and powerful these athletes have gotten over the years. That Amanda Barnhart isn't going to be an absolute weapon when it comes to the Part B portion because she can touch and go a 100-pound D-ball. She's one of the stronger athletes in the field and one of the best swimmers in the field. So the Part A on this relay for her is just lining up beautifully for her skill set.
Amanda Barnhart was first out of the water. There is Mal O'Brien, part of that Daughters featuring MOB team.
And just look at Amanda Barnhart on the left, ex-collegiate swimmer, and you can see just how beautiful that stroke is. Nice and long, 1 breath to the sides, got a good kick, and just look at the separation she is already putting on these other 2 athletes.
The Queens of the North were the 2nd team into the water behind Amanda Barnhart's team. Christy Aramo O'Connell.
Aramo O'Connell has
on the runner.
Just think about any event that involved the water, any event that involved running. She is always at the top, vying for one of those first place positions. I mean, the battles we've seen between her and Tia Toomey back in 2017 on Run, Swim, Run, and we look at the athletes that are making this up, is that this is just, not just for one, but for both. You might see one do well and the other not so much in the end, but this team could possibly win both.
Amanda Barnhart again out first for the All-American girls. The Queens of the North were second, and we believe it was Chloe Gobbin David who got into the water for them, and then it was Mal O'Brien, the third woman, to start her open water swim. After this, it's the D-ball squats. They have to do 21 reps with that 100-pound D-ball, and Amanda Barnhart all by herself out front. No shock here.
And what's a good advantage for her is almost twofold. What it really is twofold is that if you're a good swimmer, that means A, you're comfortable in the water. If you're a good swimmer, you don't have to try hard to be faster than everybody because it's such a technique-dominated monostructural movement. It's we could consider it a high-skilled monostructural movement, where running would be a low-skill monostructural movement. With those two things, and then you're fast. So not only are you faster than everybody, you're recovering while you're swimming because of your efficiency and your stroke and technique. And you're one of the stronger ones in the field when it comes to the D-ball. Right? And what I love here is that we said this portion, the relay portion, is taking the longest, which means more attention is going to have to be focused here. So why not put your best athlete for the event fresh out there? So I really do like this move from the girls.
Amanda Barnhart is out, and she will head to the D-ball squats.
Shaking out her arms, trying to catch her breath. She went touch and go on the first 15 D-ball cleans and then just ran right into the water. Now her opting to put that ball on the shoulder, it allows her to breathe. It keeps that ball more in the frontal plane. So if you just say you put a rod right through the middle of your body, that's the frontal plane that we talk about. Keeping it there keeps the load more neutral on the body, which means it's just a little bit easier to squat with.
Here's Mal O'Brien, who is the popular choice to stand atop the podium for the women this year at the CrossFit Games. A lot needs to happen between now and then, but she was on the podium last year and looking to be crowned the fittest woman on earth. As we all know by now, Tia Toomey is not competing in 2023. And for more on that, let's go back down to the competition floor with Nikki Brazier.
I had a chance to catch up with Tia's husband, Shane Orr, who's here on site at TYR Wodapalooza. And he said that they are so happy and excited, of course, but in this season of life, really electing to listen to her body in a brand new way. And so training, it's a little odd for them to have a season with such a low volume of training because, of course, they've gone through light periods before, you know, due to injury or illness. But then there's always been this goal to come right now. So looking ahead to this season, there are no plans really to rush toward any fitness goals for the first half of the year. But by the back half of 2023, Tia and Shane's goal right now is to participate in some kind of competition, though, of course, in what capacity they don't quite know.
Brooke Wells for the All-American girls is now on to her D-ball cleans, and she got a no rep there. And it's Annie Thorisdottir for the Daughters who sits in second. Michigan Made and Team BPN are in the top four right now as well.
Brooke Wells between the three will like this leg with Barnhart and Punnell. But that doesn't mean she's slow in terms of the other athletes. What they're opting to do here, that Brooks swimming has drastically improved. See Annie Thorisdottir entering the water. But for Brooke, in that second position for this relay, it keeps her fresh for the runner. So you have your two best runners between her and Christy, starting things off fresh and keeping Christy on the runner longer. Amanda, not the fastest one as far as the group. So you can see they're putting people in places to be the most successful. If Brooke just has a decent middle leg here, that's great for the team because Christy's going to be fine with her skill set. But Brooke fresh on the run, and then having O'Connell there for double time in a row, I really like this setup that they have for their squad.
And remember, there are two separate events going on here at the same time. One is that 5K run. You'll get a score for that. And then the second is the relay portion of this event. See Laura Horvath in the blue and Carrie Pierce in the red on the runners for the AKA Humble Killers, Carrie Pierce's team, and Team BPN, Laura Horvath's team. And Alex Gazan is in the water now for the Humble Killers. Brooke Wells out front for the All-American girls. 21 minutes, 3.98 seconds. That is your time to beat.
Let's say, I think Brooke looks great. For someone who doesn't swim, that is a good swim. Their stroke is long, and what you want to see when we say stroke is long is how far they reach out and how far they pull back. So a couple things you look for as a swimmer is look where that hand exits the water, and where you want to see that hand exit is right at her hip. That means she's getting a nice, good, full extension push through the end of that stroke pull, and you can see that on the right arm coming right outside her hip, reaching way out in front. Non-confident swimmers, you'll see that hand enter right in front of their face, or that elbow come out way early, more by their rib cage than their hip. Brooke Wells has been working on her swimming, and you can tell. Well done.
And she's making the final turn around that pink buoy to head back to the shore here at Bayside. And she has opened up a gigantic lead over Annie Thorisdottir, who is the second woman behind her into the water.
And even with that lead, Sean, Annie Thorisdottir closed a 15-second deficit on the D-balls alone, and yet still this far behind after what Amanda Barnhart did and what Brooke Wells is continuing to do.
You can see where Annie Thorisdottir is there at the top of your screen, just passing the official in the canoe. And here comes Brooke Wells. After this, it's the 21 D-ball squats, and then Christy Aramo O'Connell will run the anchor leg for that team.
Look at her face, she's just so comfortable. A lot of times you'll see athletes that aren't comfortable in the water just be gasping for air, but totally calm.
And there is your time to beat, bottom left-hand part of your screen. That was done in the second of these three heats. This is the third and final heat for the women. They'll have one more event remaining later on. That'll be back over in Flagler. Christy Aramo O'Connell is in the white swim cap on the right side. She'll be the last woman to go here for All-American girls. They look to bring home an event, at least in this portion. We'll have to wait and see on the times on the 5K run. Annie Thorisdottir on the bottom right-hand part of your screen is still not out of the water. That's how big a lead right now the All-American girls have over the daughters. Invictus sits in third, followed by AKA the Humble Killers. And now Christy Aramo O'Connell is on to the D-ball cleans. 15 reps, and then she'll head to the water.
Now for Christy, the D-ball will be the toughest part of any of the work that she has to do between the run, the swim, and the two D-ball movements. But at the same time, she has been getting stronger every year she's been in the game as far as competition is concerned. And I mean, this, like I said, this team is tailor-made for success in an event like this.
Brooke Wells handing off with Amanda Barnhart on the runner. Now Annie Thorisdottir is finally out of the water. Catherine Davidsdottir will be the last woman out for that team. Davidsdottir on the right side in the all pink. Victus, well, that's Jamie Green, who is back on the floor. Jamie Simmons for Team BPN. So they are now in third place. And it's Christy Aramo O'Connell who is heading out to the water.
O'Connell, one of the best swimmers in the field as far as the elite individual division within the games athletes.
And it's Brooke Wells and Amanda Barnhart, her two teammates on the left side of your screen, bottom left-hand corner. Barnhart and Wells finishing up their 5K run. Mal O'Brien is on the runner for her squad. As Catherine Davidsdottir gets to work on her set of 15 D-ball cleans.
And then Mal O'Brien, see these athletes at the end throwing shoes on.
Annie Thorisdottir is going to go barefoot here.
Between the first and second, about 90 seconds, Sean, after two legs on this.
This is a dominant performance for Christy Aramo O'Connell, Brooke Wells, and Amanda Barnhart. They are destroying the competition here in this third and final heat. 21:03.98 seconds is the time to beat. Now here comes Catherine Davidsdottir, her team in second place, and she is moving to the water.
I mean, talk about Amanda swimming, Christy O'Connell's prowess in the water. But what Brooke did, she had one of the fastest splits in total. O'Connell at the top, now lapping the field, and that's the halfway point of the swim, right? Davidsdottir just dived in. She has to go way left to even get close to her. And in water, distance is a lot different than, say, running when you look at swimming, right? You double, maybe triple the time between based off the distance in between them.
Catherine Davidsdottir got in the water about a minute and 20 behind Christy Aramo O'Connell. As Amanda Barnhart is on the runner. She was the first woman out for the All-American girls. Alexis Raptis is on the bottom left part of your screen.
Now, Sean, we're watching the relay go through, and we see the athletes on the runner. We got to keep in mind we still have a time to beat in the 5K portion, right around 15:36 on the air runner as we're getting close to that.
Laura Horvath and Ariel Lowen have also gotten into the water as well. Final athletes for their respective teams, and Catherine had about a 1 minute lead on them.
I'm saying that time to beat on the lower left part of your screen. That's for the relay portion of this event. Again, we've got two scores. We have the 5K portion, we have the relay portion. 21:03 is the relay portion. Think about it, 21:03, and O'Connell just got out of the water at 15:30.
She can stop on the way to the D-ball and take some pictures with fans, and they'll still win this part of the event. Christy Aramo O'Connell with 21 D-ball squats between her and an event win for her team here in the relay portion of the event. We'll still have to wait and see how the 5K sorts out. Barnhart hands off to Brooke Wells. And Aramo O'Connell is a third of the way through that set of 21.
She has plenty of time to get underneath that 21-minute mark, which is just wild to think.
Well, and the other thing is that the majority of teams have finished the 5K before the relay portion.
Yes.
And it's looking like the All-American girls might reverse that trend.
But not the fastest 5K we've seen so far. And I think there might be a couple teams that have already finished the 5K up to this point. So though they may be leading the relay portion, I think there's 2 or 3 teams that have already finished the 5K ahead of them, including times from the previous heat.
Yeah, Mal O'Brien's team has finished the run. They have finished the run portion. They're still waiting for Katrin Davidsdottir to finish the relay portion. And now Brooke Wells is done for the All-American girls. 15:45 unofficially for Mal O'Brien's team, along with Katrin Davidsdottir and Annie Thorisdottir on the 5K. And Team BPN may have finished ahead of them as well in the 5K. And now here comes Katrin Davidsdottir to finish up Part B. The All-American girls will get the win in the relay portion, Part B of this event, 17:06.39. That's nearly 4 minutes faster than GoWat's time from Heat 2.
Which is, I mean, that's wild. But you throw a swim in there, you're going to see a lot of separation, especially with the relay. You times it by 3. But 4 minutes is a staggering amount of time. But we still had the relay portion to deal with. Where do they fall on the relay portion? Because we know when you got Annie and Mal that cheering for you, that relay portion's done.
And they got ahead of at least the All-American girls who won the relay portion. So this could turn out to be a really solid back-to-back showing for the daughters, featuring MOB as second place in this portion is still very much up for grabs, because that second best time is now 21 minutes, 3.98 seconds.
That's that classic, you know, Fast and Furious reference, like inch or a mile. It doesn't really matter. It's like, oh, we got second by 3.5 minutes. Like, all I needed was 4. And I got those points. What'd you get on the relay? What'd you get on the 5K?
The Davidsdottir is in, and the daughters, featuring MOB, will finish in second place in Part B of this event. And now Laura Horvath,
and they're already done,
is in, and they finished ahead of the All-American girls as well. So when the points shake out here, they could all be within just a couple of each other.
Right, and we so much attention seeing where the swim portion was and how dominant that had been. But if BPN can take a 3rd place overall in the relay portion, they had a great 5K run and were well ahead of what the All-American girls 5K time was. As like good, like you said, adding up the points. What's your best finish between the two? They still have plenty of time before, well, not plenty of time. They got about 30 seconds to get it underneath that. No, they have a minute and 30 seconds to get it.
Horvath is done, so they're going to take 3rd place in this portion of the event, and they were unofficially the fastest team on the 5K. Here's Ariel Lowen. Is in. Now down to lane 11. That's P10 Performance. Sydney Mikulishin, Andrea Nisler, and Tori Dyson. And it's Nisler who closes things out for her team. So Sydney Mikulishin in the black and Tori Dyson there. Congratulating Andrea Nisler, as we still have 4.5 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. Spacers Angels, they are now your leaders on the floor. That's Victoria Campos, who subbed in for Emily Rolfe, who was supposed to be on this team. And Rolfe, with that injury to her calf yesterday, keeping her out of this competition. And now down in lane 13, that's Invictus. And Brittany Weiss is on the D-ball squats for her team.
And, oh, see? Maybe that is the rule. Like, right there, they're saying like you can't wipe the D-ball down with a towel. So I think the towels that they have are allowed for possibly by the runners. maybe just so that they're not sitting there wet. I mean, that's a great call as far as keeping the athletes safe and the temperature and the wind. But they waved her off, being able to wipe the water off the D-ball.
Jessie Smith there on the right trying to cheer Brittany through this. And now 3 minutes to go before we hit the time cap.
3 minutes remaining, athletes. 3 minutes to go. Keeping our eyes down on lane number 2 and lane number 5. Watching for the judges' hands to go up.
Now Brittany Weiss is in. As Devin Kim and Jessie Smith congratulate her. The girls in lane 5, they are your leaders on the floor. And Alexis Raptis coming across for them. And in lane 3, the Misfits with Lady Bits are now done. And the two teams that finished first and second taking a moment to snap a photo together. Michigan made orange. They have come across the finish line. Zoe Jones, Heather Paas, and Rachel Klausing. CrossFit Omnia putting the finishing touches on their event. Alicia Schauer, Kelly Stone, and Mary Kay Dreisilver. Kelly Stone on the squats there. Still more than a minute to go before we hit that time cap. And Kelly Stone is now done for CrossFit Omnia. The Med girls are the team closest to the camera here. The trio of Anteo Longo, Elisa Fuliano, and Elena Caratalas-Anahuya. And it's Longo on the D-ball squats. Now 20 seconds before we hit the time cap. And the Med girls are in. But the All-American girls are your event winners. 17:06.39 in the relay portion. We'll have to wait and see who won the 5K portion, but the daughters featuring MOB were definitely American girls in that portion of the event. So have to wait and see how all the points shake out. But this is everybody shaping up to be a good battle.
Is everybody following how easy that is to track for you guys at home? I hope so.
Looks like the Invictus chicks are going to be your winners of the 5K. This is all unofficial information we're getting from the floor.
I'm floored by how fast they're doing these 5Ks on the air run. 15, 16, 17 minutes. I mean, yes, a relay, but man.
Let's send it down to Nikki Brazier with your Part 2 event winners, the All-American girls.
One thing we noticed is you ladies all looked so incredibly comfortable in the water, and that's not always the easiest thing to prep for, to train for. So how did you handle that ahead of this competition?
I was fortunate enough to grow up in the water my entire life. Out there for me than most people, and I'm thankful for that, but honestly it was such a fun event and the swim part was awesome.
Now, it wasn't just the swim, you were also incredibly smooth on the runner, especially in your transitions. How did you decide when and where to break that up?
I
we had a game plan going into it, so like we wanted to do like 30 to 40 seconds on the runner, kind of like conservative in the beginning so that we could tackle the swim event, and then when he got back, kind of just send it. So I was with two of the best swimmers in the game, so a lot of pressure fell on me for the swimming, so I tried to chip away pretty hard at the run.
You guys finished out with big smiles. What's the vibe here for you three in the team competition?
I couldn't hear you. What's the vibe?
Oh, we're just having so much fun. That's why we're here. We wanted to come to Miami because this competition is always a total blast. It's a great way to start the season and get to do things we don't normally do throughout the year, which is compete with each other.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Thank you.
An event win in part 2 for the All-American girls. And it looks like the Invictus chicks will take part 1. Their unofficial time in the 5K, 15 minutes, 36 seconds. Women are done with chasing waterfalls. The men will be up next as our coverage continues here at the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza. Second event for the men's elite teams up next here at Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida, as our coverage of the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza continues on this Saturday in Miami. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Nikki Brazier is down there at Bayside, keeping us covered from the competition floor. Event 2, I was always told not to chase waterfalls.
Well, a little TLC out here. You know, it's a classic. 5K relay run part A, that's its own scored event. Part B, 3 rounds for time. One athlete will go through 15 cleans, open water swim, 21 D-bell squats. Swim, D-bell squats.
Now we are in Miami, necessarily the case today, and for more on that, here's Nikki Brazier.
Players on down here, that's absolutely right. And if you take a look at the rescue crew, absolutely right. And if you take the rescue crew behind me, they are also layered up because it is 60 degrees out here as far as the air goes, and out on the water is even chillier because it is breezy. Think about that for these guys running out here in their swim trunks and bare shirts. It's really going to be a matter of who can handle the temperature change, the cooler air, water, and to finish out strong.
We watched the women go through this event. How, if at all, does that affect your ingredients for success?
Well, when I said the least, it's a boost, meaning send your weaker athlete on the aerobic capacity level last. But we've seen a lot of different things happen on the runner that I was not expecting to see. But one thing is for sure, it's tough for both A and B. Hard charge straight into the storm. The sooner you go into it, the sooner it's over.
We will have 13 teams out there at Bayside for this first of 3 heats. In lane number 3, that's LSKD. And you know, anytime you get a team from down under, you know they're going to do well.
Well, Sean, you don't want to fall into some of the world's most classic blunders. That's never getting involved in a land war in Asia, never going in against a Sicilian when death is on the line, and never betting against the Australians when swimming is in it.
Inconceivable. Nicely done. Johan Van Zyl, Moses Patel, and Henry Carlisle there for LSKD. Good crowd on hand here at Bayside.
Looks like a beautiful crowd at Green Bay, Wisconsin for some reason.
The frozen tundra of Bayside Park.
The wrong bay, Green Bay side, Wisconsin. That's where we're at.
People bundled up. This is a big change from what we saw earlier in the week when the individuals were out here and the sun was out and it was nice and warm. Well, we are underway. 2 events happening at the same time. You'll get a score for your time on the 5K, and you'll get a score on your time for the relay portion of this event. And we start with the 15 D-ball cleans, 150 pounds on that D-ball for the men.
This is going to be a much different test for the men with this D-ball. 150 pounds is much heavier relative to the strength of the men than 100 pounds is relative to the strength of the women. We've seen that for years now. That is a massive discrepancy between the two. So this buy-in is going to be much tighter. And I tell you what, salute to you, sir. The old weight belt banana hammock combo. That is a quality coupling. You thought peanut butter and jelly? No, sir. This is the world's greatest pairing.
That is Conquer Lift Heavy Often, who I'm guessing chose that on purpose. CrossFit Shrewsbury. They are out first. I think that's Trevor James getting into the water for CrossFit Shrewsbury.
A lot of these guys on Shrewsbury has team experience, 3 years for all of these team members. And what does that mean? It means you have experience being on Bayside, doing D-ball work, jumping in the water, running on the air runners barefoot. So this is where experience at Wodapalooza comes in as an advantage versus, say, the game. I tell you what, look what happened. As soon as he dove in, his goggles popped off his head, right? You can see him right around his neck. And honestly, the swim is long enough. Just stop, put the goggles on. It is not worth, you're gonna be out in the water for about 4 minutes. Take 10 seconds and put your goggles on. You're not gonna be able to see where you're going. It's tough enough to sight in open water, being able to look right above the surface level to see where you are. Take a little breather, put your goggles on, and get back into the swim.
CrossFit Shrewsbury is the first team into the water here. First of 3 heats for the men. That's Anthony Vasquez and Corey Lunny out in the water.
Making the next turn around buoy number 1.
We were talking earlier, Sean, about the temperatures out here. It's the first time you've probably seen anybody fight over their turn to get on to the runner just to stay warm during this, I say, quote, rest time. So you done, bro? I'm getting cold. I need to get back on the runner.
Well, Anthony Vasquez in a long sleeve shirt. I mean, how often do you see any athletes in long sleeve shirts out here in Miami? Well, Trevor James is watching his lead disappear, and he still hasn't taken time to put on his goggles. Going with the side stroke here.
Military side stroke. It'll get you from A to B, just not really fast. Good news is you won't drown.
The Brazilian old school in lane 7. They are towards the front as well. Pablo Chalfun waiting for his turn to get on the runner. It's Lucas De Rosa who is cranking away on the 5K right now.
Sean, we were talking earlier on the women's side of what to do when you swim. On the right side, this is an example of what not to do on a swim stroke as far as an efficiency, right? You want to be able to be level plane, which means you're riding on the surface top layer of the water. It's less dense at the top than it is underneath. It's minute, but it makes a big difference. And getting your head down is a huge, huge important piece as far as body position. If the head goes up, the hips and legs go down. So basically you're just dropping anchor underneath the water. And then we talked about hand position as well. You need to be out in front, you need to reach out, you don't have that shallow pull. So just drawing an example of difference between the two techniques.
We'll have to wait and see who that is in the lead there on the first open swim. That could be Ethan Helbig, who just got out. While we sort that out, let's go down to Nikki Brazier on the competition floor.
I'm joined by James from Surface Co, who had the pleasure of outfitting all of the stages here that you see at TYR Wodapalooza with this wonderful flooring. Can you tell us a little bit about what this endeavor has been like for you guys?
Yeah, so we started with Loud and Live last year, and we wanted to do it again this year. So about in September, we started getting the drawings for all the flooring. After that, we confirmed up what they wanted to look like. We started putting everything into production, and we sent 2 truckloads down, about 900 tiles, custom fit the stage so they could install it, and they got that last week and had it ready by Thursday.
That's amazing. Now, we have seen Surface Co at a lot of different elite events, but it's not just these big events that you guys do. You're also responsible for helping affiliates and people with home gyms. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, Loud and Live in Wodapalooza was great advertisement for us last year. We had home gym owners reach out to us, so we do the same for them. They send us a drawing, we tell them how many tiles they need, we send it right to their house, organize lift gate, and do the same thing for individual and a gym owner.
What does it mean for you guys to be a part of this community? Because it is so much more than just flooring and fitness.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. I own 2 CrossFit gyms up in Madison. My wife's competing here in an intermediate team of 3. I did the gauntlet just for fun. So it's great to be in this community and give back to the people that have given us so much.
So do you have more nerves watching the athletes out here on your floor or watching your wife compete?
My wife.
Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, and thank you for everything you do for the community.
Thank you.
Well, Ethan Helbig is now done, and it's Rafael Durand who is on to the D-ball cleans in lane 8 on the right side. He's got that black shirt and belt on.
And you saw again at the bottom part of your screen they are not allowing the athletes to wipe the water off of the D-ball. That was the question we had when the women were going. It's like, obviously the question is like, well, why wouldn't anyone do that? Well, the simple answer is they're not allowed to do that as part of this event.
Czechoslovakia is moving up in lane 5, left-hand part of your screen. I believe that's Marek Vaca on the left side. And Marek is now in the lead ahead of underdoggy style. Rafael Durand on the right side of your screen in the blue shorts and black shirt, white weightlifting belt. He's the second man out on the floor after Ethan Helbig got in. Now Marek Vaca is off on his open water swim as Czechoslovakia has now taken the lead here on the relay portion of the event.
Looking on the bottom part of your screen, that countdown before that transition, right side of your screen, blue swim trunks, comes off, goes on. The Czechoslovakian team, in a world of divisiveness, to see the Czechs and the Slovaks come together for some old school Czechoslovakia is a nice change of pace, Sean.
Bringing people together here.
If they can do it, why can't we?
If I can change, and you can change, everybody can change.
Don't tell anybody.
Czechoslovakia in the lead here. Tall, dark, and handsome. They're starting to make a move as well, as is LSKD. Raphael Sanson, Hans Kohlenberger, and Malachi Bennett for tall, dark, and handsome. And then LSKD, the team of Johan Van Zyl, Moses Botello, and Henry Carlisle.
That's a good question. I'm really never good at this.
The ladies' fastest time was 15:36.
No, we're going to miss that.
I think so. I think we'll see it in about 13 and a half, maybe 14.
That's Raphael Sanson for tall, dark, and handsome on the runner.
Now the question is, who's who of the three?
Johan Van Zyl is in the water for LSKD. That's Marek Vaca on the right side of your screen for Czechoslovakia. He is in the lead here in round 2 of 3 of the relay portion of the event.
The right side in the lead. I'm impressed that they can swim at least in a straight line without the goggles. All right, we've seen a lot of athletes either forget to put them on diving into the water, and fatigue does that. We've all been a little WOD drunk while we're doing some certain things, or they're coming off as they dive in to the water. And one of those things you can combat that is, as you jump in the water, you just keep your hands on the goggles as you go in.
Johan Van Zyl is about to pass Marek Vaca now for the lead and put LSKD in front here.
And just see the different tempos, the different length of stroke. You see Johan on the right side. Just look how long he's reaching out. He's already a long-armed athlete to begin with, which is a benefit when it comes to swimming itself. But long reach out, long reach back. You want to see something, a telltale sign of someone comfortable in the water. Watch their breathing pattern. He's going to take 3 strokes, breathe to the right. Do 1 more, and instead 3 more as he breathes to the left. That is someone who is supremely comfortable and confident in the water. A lot of times you look for someone panicking, breathing every single stroke, maybe to one side or the other, or they won't even put their heads in the water. So this is someone who is very, very comfortable and confident in the ocean.
Johan Van Zyl putting LSKD in front here in the first of these 3 heats for the men. 2 events going on at the same time. There was a score for the 5K, there's a score for the relay portion of the event. Van Zyl out of the water. And now he will have his 21 D-ball squat to get through. And I believe it's Henry Carlisle who will be the last man out for them.
There's not a lot of times in CrossFit where tall and skinny is a benefit until you throw in an ocean swim.
Henry Carlisle is the man on the runner right now in the black shirt for LSKD. Moses Botello was out first on the swim. And Johan Van Zyl now on his 21 D-ball squats. Marek Vaca in lane 5 for Czechoslovakia is going to get to work on his D-ball squats as his team has now moved into second place. Brazilian Old School is towards the front as well. These are your top 2 teams in this heat. Czechoslovakia closest to the camera and LSKD behind them.
And at the end, just seeing where they're holding the D-ball, it's just whatever fits best for you. It doesn't mean it's comfortable, because 6'3" foot. He can just one arm it. It's a much better positioning, more comfortable than having two hands over your head. If you reach back with both arms, it actually closes down. It actually closes down your rib cage's ability to expand more to help you breathe. If you can relax one arm, you actually get a better open rib cage to catch your breath.
There's some teams that are getting close to finishing up their run, and it looks like in lane 4, the Almonds are done. Also in lane 11, they are done now with their 5K run. That's the Polish underdogs.
Talk about balance of programming, Sean, when you look at the breadth of the test. Earlier today with these teams, straight gymnastics work, right? Just a blast of gymnastics work and putting them in their best position. What do we have here? Well, we have two basic events that are long aerobic tests, a 5K on the air runner, a swim test here. Later, we'll get a strength test. So it's cool to see maybe some single modality dominated or biased events in 3 different ways. That's a good sign when you look at a balance of programming when it comes to this team competition.
It looks like the big body boys are going to be the team in this heat that wins the 5K. We're waiting on their time, but they look to be the first done with part A of this event.
Number 10, the last final few squats. And that'll do it for them. They'll run across the
Here are your leaders in the second portion of this event. Henry Carlisle on the right, closest to the screen, I should say, for LSKD, and then in the background for Czechoslovakia. I believe is Martin Pfeifferlich.
And I'm not sure how intentional this was, but regardless of having that shirt for the D-ball clean, especially in the later portion, it's just one piece of clothing you can have because they're not letting you wipe down the D-balls with the towel. Having that shirt on helps that ball stick to your body because you've been sweating, the ball's wet from the ocean, and that just allows that ball to not slip out of your arms in that middle portion of the cleans.
Approaching the 18-minute mark, 25-minute time cap here.
He's not even worried about goggles at all. Just free swimming it.
The top 2 teams were Czechoslovakia and LSKD, but it looks like some other teams may have gotten themselves into the battle for the top spot here.
I've witnessed a lot of different techniques in my day, 12 years of broadcasting, Sean, but I haven't seen a goggleless breaststroke. And not to say that's good or bad, just saying there's always something new out here, and this is one of them. But as far as breaststroke is concerned, not a bad breaststroke. And if that's the way you are the most comfortable under fatigue, it doesn't matter. As long as you're moving as fast as you can, right? You can't judge your speed against someone else if they're just a faster swimmer. But if this is the stroke that gets you your max speed, then stick with it, as long as it can keep you moving through this event.
Well, the big body boys came up in a time of 14:48.
Yeah, wow.
For the 5K. That's your top time right now in that portion of the event. We still have to figure out who's going to win the second portion. Look at Moses Patello and Johan Van Zyl on the left side of your screen for LSKD.
That's it for the individual comfortability. Breaststroke keeps you moving. As far as speed, It's the slowest stroke there is when it comes to swimming between the four. You can throw the side stroke in there as a fifth, but for him, it's going to keep him moving, but it's not going to keep him fast. So at this pace, with this stroke itself, the other athletes, if they're even half decent swimmers and they're using freestyle, they're going to be able to catch him during the swim.
The big body boys look to be in front here on the swim as well. Frank Woolley Jr. in the water for his team.
See that gap? Again, gap distance in swimming is a much longer time period than it is on land. Usually that's a 5-second gap. This could be upwards to 15 to 20 seconds. So on the turn, right about 20-30 as he hits the white pylon. And that's just the halfway point. So the swimmer catching up to him, even though he's got some distance on him, so he has about 20-second lead in that distance.
So mention Frank Woolley Jr. and the big body boys. They're still a lap behind. So the Czechoslovakia team looks to still be in the lead here.
See that look back just to see where the other athletes were. Picked up the pace a little bit. All right, last turn, and here's the catch. 18 seconds behind at the midway buoy, made up that ground with just the difference of stroke technique.
Well, in front, again, I believe that's the athlete from Big Body Boys who are behind here. Tall, Dark, and Handsome in lane 14. They are your leaders right now. The trio of Raphael Sanson, Hans Kohlenberger, and Malachi Bennett. Czechoslovakia getting out of the water as well. This is where numbers always come in handy.
Just get a razor. You can draw a number in that chest, mate. Real easy.
The Czechoslovakia in lane 5, they're still they're among the leaders, we're going to say right now. Tall, Dark, and Handsome looks like they got across the finish line to win this portion of the event. I think that's Martin Kruzlik, who was on the D-ball squads for Czechoslovakia.
Representing the Slovakia side of the Czechoslovakian team.
Less than a minute to go before we hit the time cap. And now Czechoslovakia is in. Tall, Dark, and Handsome listed as the winners in Part B here with a time of 23 minutes, 3.22 seconds. And we have had 3 teams finish here. According to the score system. It's Tall, Dark, and Handsome, followed by Underdoggy Style and Czechoslovakia.
Final 15 seconds, help them out. Make some noise for your gentlemen.
And that, Sean, is how 5-pound med balls are made. With shallow depth squats and ball
there was some
located at your hip.
Generosity right there for some of those squats, but we'll get this all sorted out. As Tall, Dark, and Handsome, they have your top time from the relay portion, 23:03.22. The Big Body Boys unofficially win the 5K, 14:48. We will move on to heat number 2 here. Team competition continues here on the opening day for them at the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza at Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Nikki Brazier's down on the competition floor, and Chris Hinshaw will be joining us here momentarily. Chasing Waterfalls is event number 2, 2 parts that happen at the exact same time.
How confusing can it get, Sean? Well,
pretty confusing,
here
Chase.
we go. 2 events, 5K really on the air runner. Part B, 3 rounds, 1 athlete gets each round, 15 D-ball cleans at 150, open water swim at an ish distance as they all are in CrossFit, and then 21 D-ball squats to close things out.
Send it down to Nikki Brazier on the competition floor there at Bayside.
Yeah, that air runner portion is going to really come down to not just the fastest runners, but also the athletes who can make the quickest transitions. We did see this earlier on in a lot of the women's heats, some hand signals, people letting each other get on and off without necessarily letting the tread stop. And the reasoning for that, I heard from Chris Hinshaw, who you can ask more about this later on, is because if the monitor stops in between the runners, it can have a 3 to 4 second lag, and they don't want that to happen.
Gentlemen, come on out.
Ingredients for success presented by Trifecta.
Well, I was looking at this on paper, and I feel like it unfolded much differently out here. I was like, oh, the least conditioned one maybe get the last leg of the swim relay, and that might be not be the best. Maybe put them on the runner at the end, but into the storm. This is going to be a tough event. The faster you can charge through it, the sooner it's over.
15 teams embracing the chaos here of event number 2. 2-part event again, a score for the 5K and a score for the relay portion of the event. AOD X-Boys with feelings. They are in lane 2, and I applaud the wardrobe choice.
I was just going to say normalize boys with feelings, but sure, we can go that direction, Sean. But this is one of the second best qualifier teams coming out of the online qualifier in this, and just one of those teams coming out of the UK and see how they can fare here on the competition floor.
Going with the Holy Diver shirt from Ronnie James Dio, appropriate given that they're going to get in the water. It's the Butterfly Bandits down in lane 3.
I see the Bandits, that's part of that Jake Marconi leading things off, that HWPO crew. When you think about working on air runners, D-ball work, some swim work, this is a very calculated group of individuals. I'm curious to see how they strategize through this event.
Let's bring in our good friend Chris Hinshaw. How you doing, man?
I'm excellent. I'm excellent. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Anytime we have people running and swimming, you're our go-to guy.
I like this event. I like it. It has 2 of the things that I really enjoy.
Now, I text you last night of our guesses of how long we think it would take athletes to get off the runners. And are you surprised to see some of the times that have been put up, right around 14, 15 minutes for these athletes?
I mean, that's incredible. I heard you on that last. I mean, the group went, what, sub 15. We're talking that group averaged a 4:46 mile pace. A 4:46 mile, and it's not that they're just running. I mean, they've got a lot of other things on the plate that they've got to deal with, but they attack this like it's just a single event. Yeah, I'm very impressed by the ability. One of the things that team did an extremely good job on that run was their transitions. You know, it reminds me of when you're riding in a peloton on a bicycle and that leader is going to transition out. What they do is a flick of the elbow and the person behind them knows that they're about to take the lead. Doing signals like that without eye communication, that shows a lot of practice, a lot of symmetry with that team.
Lead athlete starting to get into the water. Harry Keene was the first man out for the AODX boys with feelings. Now just about everybody done with those D-ball cleans.
What's interesting right now is the sun has gone down and the temperature has plummeted. I mean, it's dropping below 60 degrees, and I know a lot of the athletes, I've spoken to them, they're concerned about getting in the water, but the water's gonna feel like a hot tub. I mean, that water is 76 degrees, so when you go from 58 to 76, it's gonna feel like you're taking a bath.
Which is odd, because if I were to dive into a 76-degree pool, say just for training, it'd feel freezing getting into that water.
Yes. What's nice and fortunate for them is the wind has calmed down, and yeah, we see a little bit of chop out there, but it's very, very minor. I mean, that's almost like glass. That is an ideal swim condition for these athletes. It makes sighting very easy for them, because a lot of inexperienced swimmers, when they sight, they pop their head forward, and if there's chop, especially in wind, that's when they pull in the water and they choke, and then they begin to panic. And that shouldn't happen in this situation here. This is ideal swim conditions. Now, I also know that the tide is coming in, and when the tide is coming in here, what it does is that it is making them be able to pull towards the shore much easier. I had an opportunity also to speak with the medic team that's out in those kayaks, and they said that you can feel that current.
Oh, wow.
Road to Asgard, you just saw their team working on the runner. Emmanuel Biviano was the athlete working on the 5K. They are towards the front, along with Jaldua and the AODX boys with fitness, with feelings, pardon me. And Eduardo Talon is on the runner now for Road to Asgard.
I see those forearm sleeves, and that's not for the run, it's not for the swim, it's for one thing only, and that's the D-ball clean. So I would assume he's either, I mean, obviously he's going second or third because he's not going first, but just having a little bit of tack there. Chalk can only go so far. As soon as the chalk gets wet, it's pretty much useless, but those thicker forearm sleeves will at least soak up some water, make that tack a little bit stickier when it comes to the cleans themselves.
Andrea Ferrero is the man who is rounding the pink buoy and will make his way back in for Road to Asgard. They look to be your leaders after the first open water swim. Talon and Biviano are trading off on the 5K.
Yeah. How to pace this out as far as taking breaks, take turns. Do you, in this situation, look at distance per athlete or time, or maybe like a pace? Like if you dip above this pace, then we switch and rotate, or versus we're just going to split every 200 meters?
So there is those two different strategies. Do we go based upon distance? Do we go based upon time? Without question, you should do it based upon time in the beginning. It's easier to monitor, it's easier to track. But what if the wheels fall off and you just all of a sudden in the middle of it, you're just not feeling good? Then there has to be an adjustment, an ability to switch out and change the plan. And so that's where the signaling comes in. It's like, look, I gotta have a break. I've gotta be in, or we're going to start rotating at quicker short periods of time. The key, though, in the rotation, when you jump off that tread, you've got to do a quick acceleration so that that tread maintains its velocity when the other runner comes on.
A road to Asgard, they are your leaders. Andrea Ferrero on his med ball squats.
So the part of this workout that's fascinating for me is the movements, right? The med ball squats, and then you have those, the heavy D ball at the start. So one is quad activation and the other is hamstring activation. Well, if you are coming off of the runner and you have to go and you have to do a movement, is it that movement hamstring activation or is it quad activation? Why is that important? Because you can manipulate on the air runner a quad activation or hamstring activation, meaning if you land on the ball of your foot, you're going to activate more quads, which is going to preserve the integrity of the hamstring. Likewise, if you intentionally heel strike, then what you're going to do is light up your hamstrings, which will preserve the integrity of the quads. That is where the advanced teams are playing.
Lane 15, La France de General de Gaulle, they are now in the lead, passing up Road to Asgard. The AODX boys with fitness, they're still up there as well.
You talk about your ability to manipulate the foot position to tax different muscle groups. Having that knowledge, I think, is huge when you think about your turn in the rotation. So if, say, I'm going to the D-ball clean, I'll probably get more on my toe in the quad, knowing I'm going to need the posterior hamstring for the clean. Vice versa, when I'm coming off the squats, typically you get a bit more quad dominant. So if I'm going to save myself, maybe I'll go more towards the heels when it's my turn for the squats to get to the runner.
Exactly, and this is what viewers need to be really thinking about, like when they watch these teams. They're now really not just going through the movements and the muscles and working like a team. They're thinking strategically, and that is the difference between the people that win and the people that just miss.
AODX boys with feelings, as Harry Lightfoot is on now to his med ball cleans, and then he will get into the water. They are your leaders here in heat number 2. The times to beat unofficially on the 5K, it's the big body boys, 14:48 from heat 1. Then tall, dark, and handsome at 23 minutes, 3.22 seconds. They had the top time in the relay portion of this event.
No rep with the ball going over the shoulder, and that's tough because a med ball clean, I say it's a very calorically dense movement, and what I just mean by that, it takes some time, it takes some effort, and not getting that rep, say a 5 to 6 second effort with the no rep and the energy expended, that's a tough no rep. It's a lot different than, say, getting an air squat no rep.
It's a very difficult position too when they pick up that heavy D-ball, because what's happening is that D-ball is compressing against their stomach, their diaphragm, and their shoulders are rotating in. They're in that deep squat position, and it's almost impossible to breathe. And that's why what you see when they come out of the water and they're doing those squats, what they're doing is they're putting the ball on top of the shoulder. Why? Because they're able to keep the shoulders back. They're able to pinch their shoulder blades together, and it's easy to breathe. The last thing that you want to do when you're hypoxic is to shut down the lungs.
Yeah. There goes Harry Lightfoot, second athlete for the AODX boys with feelings. And they are back in the lead here.
There's confidence right there. I love it.
Oh. Hey, at least he fixed him. The other guy just let him hang around his neck for the whole swim. Take your sleeves off. There you go.
I do really like, though, that athletes are doing a limited amount of breaststroke, because they are entering the water and they don't have a lot of experience. I mean, what I'm talking about is experience where you're doing it all the time, like a triathlete would do, where they're entering the water multiple times during the year. CrossFitters, how often do they do this? Once a year at Wodapalooza. And so you got to give them some grace where they're going to enter the water, they're hypoxic, they're a little bit nervous, and so what they're going to do is get their composure by making a few breaststroke movements, and then when they get their confidence and they settle, they sight off and go after the buoy.
Harry Lightfoot for AODX Boys with Feelings. He's your leader right now. Behind him was Eduardo Talon from Road to Asgard. And then Anil Akai from Training Culture was the third man into the water.
I've had a chance to talk to a lot of teammate and athletes that are out there on these teams, and the strategy that they're picking and the strategy that they're really targeting is we're going to send out the fastest swimmer first. Why? Because that's the biggest risk of congestion, and what you want to get that clean water. The best swimmers, if they get kicked in the face, they'll get rattled. If I got kicked in the face, you know what? I feel like I'm going to drown too. And so the last thing that you want is somebody that lacks confidence, that they're really nervous about this swim, they're apprehensive about it. You don't want them to be in a situation where they're having to battle a bunch of other athletes. And that is an issue here. You want to send off the less experienced or the slower swimmer, ideally in that second heat. Why? Because by then there's a lot of separation. And it's good always having another swimmer way out in front, because you can sight not just off the buoy, but you can see the swimmer in line with that buoy.
The Chase AODX Boys with Feelings are on the screen right now. Harry Lightfoot on the right side, and then Harry Keene and Michael Allen are the two athletes who are going through the 5K.
We saw almost that exact technique or strategy used by All-American girls, where they sent out Amanda Barnhart, who is the best swimmer of the three, Brooke Wells in the middle, and then finishing with Erin O'Connell at the end, who is a decent swimmer but really good under fatigue when it comes to that. So putting her on the runner for that amount of time into a deep ball, into a fatigued swim as that anchor leg.
Yep. And well, you saw it with Mal O'Brien and Annie Thorstadter. You know, Annie Thorstadter, she entered the water, she took a few breaststroke strokes, and then eventually got her confidence, puts her head down, and then charges.
It's Road to Asgard in lane 4. And Eduardo Talon has managed to pass Harry Lightfoot, or at least getting close to him. But Talon has passed him. Talon is the man in front, we believe, for Road to Asgard.
It really is remarkable, the times. Like, you know, when we talked yesterday, you were asking, like, what would be a great time, and I'm all sub 17.
Yeah.
The difference between 17 and 15, it's such a massive difference, which goes to show that all the other work that they're doing isn't slowing them down.
Bottom left of your screen, the team training program, they're just about done with their 5K. And then on the right side of your screen, lane 13, Jaldua, they are
less than 500.
Almost done.
Oh.
So a lot of hands in the air now on the 5K portion of this event. And Road to Asgard, their judge's hand is in the air in the middle of the box on the left.
I mean, that's incredible.
And team training program at 14:15 unofficially. That'll be your new top time in the 5K. And now Gilman Athletics in lane 7. They're getting set to finish, as is Jaldua in lane 13. That is Felix Antoine Lemay. And they are done.
I don't even know what to say about it. I mean, a 4:37 mile pace. Literally sprinting the entire time.
So then the next time you ask my mile time, the cabinet is like, was it on a runner or was it on a track?
What incredible progress that this sport you are seeing right now. I mean, it is truly remarkable where we were a couple of years ago and where we are now today. And this isn't even our final heat.
Well, training culture now, they are in the lead. Anil Akai got in. And Pablo Cazales, who's on your screen now, this guy can swim. So if Pablo can get into some uncontested waters, look out. He will be tough to catch on the open water swim. So Training Culture putting on a late charge here on their final athlete.
16 minutes on the clock, Bella. 9 minutes remaining, 25 minutes time gap.
Pablo Cazales on his 15 D-ball cleans. The Road to Asgard and team training program in lanes 4, 6, and 10. Those are your teams who have their third and final male athlete onto the floor here.
See, Road to Asgard to the bottom left part of your screen. Got a no rep. That ball is slipping. So his teammate threw him a t-shirt, trying to put that on just to help that ball stick to his chest through the middle.
This is Emmanuel Biviano who is on the D-ball, and now Pablo Cazales is done, and he's got to exit through his lane. He can't go cutting across. We don't need more chaos on the floor, Pablo. Time to beat in this portion of the event. Tall, dark, and handsome from heat number 1, 23 minutes, 3.22 seconds.
He's tired. You can see he's fully hyperventilating. So that's why he's walking. Smart. Oh yeah, that boy can swim.
Yep. You're a swimmer.
So sort of opposite of what you were talking about, Chris. They are saving their best swimmer for last.
Yep. Well, what's nice when you watch him swim there, look how he is sighting. So I get a lot of times people ask me about sighting, and what you need to think about is if you're doing like a bar muscle up action, when your hand hits the water and it sinks underneath about 6 inches, you're going to feel pressure. And as soon as you feel pressure, that's the time to pop the eyes up. Now, good swimmers, what they'll do is they'll look, sight, put the head back down, and then they'll breathe. They don't want to keep the head out of the water the entire time. Why? It's the same thing, Chase, that you were saying earlier. If you put your head up, then your feet will sink. And what you want to do is you want to minimize that head height. So you would typically look and pop the head back down again. But the key is when your hand enters the water. So how do you know which hand to use? It depends on what side you breathe. So I breathe every single stroke, and so I breathe on the right side. When I want to actually sight, I will use right hand. So if I breathe on the right side, it's right hand. As soon as it hits the water, sinks down, I'll pop up and look. If I breathe to the left, then it would be my left hand.
The AODX boys with feelings, they are not done yet.
What's wild is that Pablo has breathed every stroke. I mean, he's
all by himself in the water, too. This is now the second man.
Which is wild, right?
No one's catching Pablo right now.
I mean, even if someone is next to him, unless they're a swimmer to his caliber, I mean, this guy has just got a nice, it doesn't look like he is going fast, but he is going extremely fast. The length of his stroke, the rotation of his shoulders, how he reaches out, even though he is breathing side to side, which any swim coach watching right now would probably be screaming at him, what are you doing? But it keeps him even. It allows him to breathe. And what I like about maybe putting your best swimmer last, depending on how you want to approach it, is that you are going to be the fatigued person getting to the water. You spent all of that time on the runner, and you just went through your 15 D-ball cleans. I would almost argue is that the person who is the most comfortable under that fatigue and fast is someone with massive, I would say massive swimming experience, which is what he has.
I mean, and that's what you're seeing. Like you said, coaches would just go crazy. But the truth is that because of his experience, he's able to manage this extreme hyperventilation that he just experienced on dry land and do it in the water. He has a backup plan. You know what the backup plan is for a non-experienced swimmer? They're going to do, like you said, side stroke. They'll flip over on their back. They'll do breaststroke. And you know what he's doing? He's making time.
And here comes Pablo Cazales out of the water.
So fast. I mean, he's nuked. Look at him.
And he only has 21 D-ball squats to complete, and he has a gigantic lead
And so
over his competition in this heat.
So people understand what you're saying is like how red his chest is coming out of the water is being just like completely devoid of any oxygen in the system as that nuked.
Well, and that's what a lot of people need to recognize is that you need muscles to help you breathe, your diaphragm and intercostal muscles. And when those muscles begin to fail, where do they get their oxygen from? They're going to pull it from the limbs. They're going to drain it from the arms. They're going to drain it from the legs. And that's when you're surprised as an athlete. You're like, what's happening?
Anyola Kai and Alexander Anasagasti are there to cheer him on. And
wow, looks good though.
Gonzalez can put this thing in cruise control. The only thing he's got to worry about right now is chasing down the top time. Tall, dark, and handsome, 23 minutes, 3.22 seconds. And we are still waiting for the next man behind Gonzalez to get onto the stage here.
You're looking for someone to watch. Lane 6.
We're talking about changing muscle groups is on the runner. Same thing can be done on the swim with athletes who can manipulate upper body focus, maybe saving the legs. A swimmer of this caliber, sucking like muscles needing oxygen, the biggest oxygen sponge is going to be the legs, right? The quads. So if you can rest your legs out there with a pure upper body focus swim, saving them for those squats that you had at the end.
And also in breathing. I mean, wow.
And training culture is in 13.64 seconds. That is your new top time.
Yeah, when you're in the water, that's the key is the breath. Good swimmers, they never exhale all their oxygen. They exhale just enough for what they need to bring back in. And so their lungs are always filled like a life preserver. They never exhale it all out. If you do, you sink and then you take the breath in and then you float back up and then you sink. Great swimmers, they always keep their lungs filled. They just exhale the amount that they need to support the energy demand.
That's Thomas O'Pieri in lane 12 for Al, John, and Jack. That's their team name. I'm not. Yeah.
Keep it simple.
Just, I love it. I love it.
And the AODX boys with fitness are also on their final athlete. And down in lane 1, that's team training program, who had the top time in the 5K in this heat. 14:15 unofficially for them. They are behind Al, John, and Jack. Thomas O'Pieri on the right side of your screen.
So when I watch these athletes, like we watch the athlete right here, just watch every time their abs flex, and you'll see it, it goes flex, not, flex, not. That is the rate in which they're breathing. That count is what we call a 2 count. That is extreme hyperventilation right there.
So Al, John, and Jack are in. And the Butterfly Bandits in lane 3, they're just gonna sneak in ahead of team training program. Now down to lane 10, the AODX boys with feelings. They were out front early on in this event, but then fell off the lead pace. More teams finishing up here. La France to General de Gaulle, they are in 24:41.02 seconds. Final seconds before we hit the time cap, and now 2 heats are done. Training culture with the top time in the relay portion now, 22 minutes, 13.64 seconds, and unofficially on the 5K team training program, they have your new top time at 14 minutes, 15 seconds.
Jeez.
I don't even know what to say. I got to go find those guys.
Pablo Gonzalez on the anchor leg there on the right side of that group in the multicolored shorts. And once he got out there in the water, there's just going to be no catching him, and they get the top time now with 1 heat remaining in Part B of this event.
You know, you got to love it. Look how happy that is. I mean, that is the vibe here at Wodapalooza. Here, they just gave it everything, and they're just jazzed. That, as you walk around this fitness festival, that's what you see. And yeah, it's Miami, and there's a good vibe always in Miami, but January, that is why this place is special. That right there, that smile, that's what everybody has.
Chris, thanks so much for doing this, man. We always appreciate you having you in here, and it's always an opportunity to learn something new. We have 1 heat remaining here for the second event for the elite teams. Back in 1 second. One heat remains here as the sun starts to set on Miami, Florida. Saturday here at the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Nikki Brazier's down there at Bayside. We'll hear from her in just a second. Event 2, 2 parts to this event going on at the same time. 200 points on the line here in Chasing Waterfalls.
Part A, it turns out, is a dead sprint 5K for time, as the times that we've seen so far. And Part B being the D-ball cleans, open water swim, and D-ball squat relay. 2 different scores with 2 different events happening at the exact same time.
Send it down to Nikki Brazier.
We have seen already through several heats of both women and men that there are many elements down here on the competition floor for the athletes that strategize around. On the one hand, those D-balls are getting pretty slick. Over on the runner, it's coming down to super fast transitions. Some athletes are running barefoot, others are running in sneakers. And to top it all off, it is a cold and windy day down here today. So it's really going to come down to who can stay the toughest, both physically but also mentally.
Ingredients for success are presented by Trifecta.
Least juice gets the caboose. If you don't have the best run, actually put your guy first on the relay to have the last leg on the run. Into the storm. You are just going to have to suffer through this on the 5K. We've seen some incredible times, and we got a hard charge straight into it.
15 teams here on the floor at the same time. And some very recognizable and very familiar names, and some gentlemen who have a whole lot of hardware will be out there competing here. And one of them is Rich Froning.
Rich Froning, who capped off an amazing career at the CrossFit Games this past year. I think he got roped into this competition here at Wodapalooza, but when you think about running on a runner, it's odd to think now we're talking about like swims, runs being in a wheelhouse for Mayhem athletes, especially because of how they train up at Mayhem.
Well, Froning and Corway will be the men on the 5K. Tyler Christoffel is starting off on those D-ball cleans. Noah Olson out there for the boys. And he is done, and Noah Olson, the former water polo player, will be the first man into the water here on his home turf.
Yeah, no stranger to the water swim here at Bayside. But with Fikowski on his heels, Fikowski's probably the better overall swimmer of the 2.
Brent Fikowski for Canadian PB&J will be right behind Noah Olson. And Brent Fikowski is erasing that deficit very quickly here.
And Fikowski is attacking this swim fairly aggressively. Usually known for his very methodical movement, his pace. I mean, we saw that by the way he was competing in the individual side, but he is really pushing the pace on this swim, and for good reason, because you think about the D-ball cleans, there will be some separation there. Depending on your skill level, maybe 10 to 15 seconds over the course of 15 reps. Throw a 30 out there. On the D-bell squats, not as much, maybe half if everybody can hang on. On this swim, we're talking minutes. Minutes difference between you. I mean, we saw that on the women's side. The difference between first and second going into the final leg was 4 minutes. So Fikowski is attacking this swim to extend massive amount of time between his team and the other.
There's Jason Hopper for the Good Dudes team down there in lane 10. Con Porter next to him. Jason Hopper along with James Sprague and Dallin Pepper on the squad.
And you think about who could be in the runnings for one of the better scores on the 5K. You look at this team because of the size of the athletes that they have. Size matters on the runner especially, not so much for the big athletes in event number 1, but when it look at the 5K, that's a team to keep your eye on. Now, it's a blistering time of 14 minutes that we had so far coming in, and it's one of those where you're in the back looking, it's like, I did not expect to have to run that hard to try to win this event coming in after watching the first 2 heats go, but here we are.
Canadian PB&J, they are in the lead. Brent Fikowski has now passed Noah Olson on the swim. Jeff Adler and Pat Vellner on the 5K run right now.
Noah's not giving up too much ground. He probably about the halfway mark. That's the distance that Fikowski had. Actually, Fikowski ran right into the buoy, had to navigate his way around it, but Noah hasn't conceded too much ground since the midway point of the swim.
Well, Jacob Hebner for Team Panchik was the 3rd man into the water here, the first of these 3 rounds. Top time on the 5K team training program unofficially at 14:15, and then Training Culture has your top time on this relay portion of the event, 22 minutes 13.64 seconds. Brent Fikowski making the trip back to the shore here. Now he has the 21 D-ball squats.
Some of that lead Fikowski had on Noah Olson. Closed the gap. So Noah closed the gap a bit on the back half. So Fikowski jumped out ahead. But I think Noah on the back half actually closed the gap back up on the second portion of the swim.
Brent Fikowski now just getting that ball to his shoulder, and here comes Noah Olson.
I mean, you're talking about maybe 5 seconds between the two, and that gap was more towards 10 to 15 in the middle.
Rich Froning on the runner for CrossFit Mayhem. Battle for the lead, though, between Canadian PB&J and the boys. And then the Smith brothers.
Look at Fikowski on the right. Look at him run into the buoy. It didn't impede time too much, but what it did is it stopped momentum, because when you're thinking about swimming, you are gaining momentum, you're in a rhythm, and dead stopping right into that buoy, having to navigate around, not only did he lose some time, he added some distance, and he lost his rhythm. And I think that little tiny piece is what happened to put Noah to catch up about 5 seconds on him.
The boys back in front, Chandler Smith onto the cleans. Ben Smith, meanwhile, was the 3rd man out of the water behind Fikowski and Olson. So the Smith brothers towards the front here as well. And now Pat Vellner onto the D-ball cleans along with Chandler Smith. Now, Dallin Pepper has tagged in Jason Hopper for the Good Dudes in lane 10. They have their second man out on the floor. And there is Bjorkman Carl Gudmundsson. We will absolutely be keeping an eye on him.
Or the machine of which he is working on.
Tolamor Quino is now on the floor for King BK and friends. The final 3 reps for Chandler Smith on the D-ball cleans, and then he'll head to the water. Pat Vellner has 3 remaining, now 2, and Chandler Smith is done. And once again, the boys will be the first group into the water here in round 2. And we'll see if maybe Pat Vellner can close the gap, as he is now done with his D-ball cleans.
We know Pat has been spending a lot of time working on his swimming over the last 2 years. It seems to always be that thing that gave him some troubles at the CrossFit Games in the first event. But, you know, he's worked with the likes of like Ryan Lochte. You know, that relationship with TYR gives him access to some of the greatest swimmers in the world. And I've seen him post videos of him getting instructions from these athletes.
It's like Willie George, who's going to be getting into the water. He's the 4th man in. And Jason Hopper got in as well, and might have a chance of reeling in Chandler Smith and Pat Vellner. And there is Jason Hopper just coming into view on the bottom right-hand part of your screen. Noah Olson on the runner for the boys. Jeffrey Adler on the runner for Canadian PB&J. And then the good dudes in lane 10 there in the box on the left side. Dallin Pepper and James Sprague.
Chandler Smith has really opened up a gap on Pat Vellner, right side of your screen. They were wrestling going into the first buoy. And Chandler Smith is just, that is a dramatic extension of the lead between him and Vellner, who were just side by side about a minute ago.
The boys staying in front here, and now Jason Hopper on the left side is starting to pass Patrick Vellner.
Right, and the question is like, is it Chandler and Hopper speeding up or Pat Vellner slowing down? As far as this distance is concerned, this distance looks the same, that Hopper was behind Chandler Smith and Vellner when they were tied, and Vellner might be falling off the pace.
Vellner is the only man of these 3 who also competed as an individual over the past 2 days. So keep that in mind.
You can see Pat. Yeah, it's definitely Pat Moore falling off the pace, and what we see is that he had a pretty long right, so his right arm coming up. His right arm coming up early, much longer, but that's getting shorter and shorter. Right, that's the telltale sign of someone getting very fatigued in the water, is the length of their arm stroke starts to tighten up, and some of that is fatigue, where the muscles are just contracting. They're not using, you know, oxygen as much when you just get gassed completely. A lot of that then saps your confidence. Reaching way out in the water, not being able to breathe, your body's burning, your lungs are burning, everything's hurting. That stifles your confidence because you're in the water, right? It's not the most calm place. It's a lot calmer now than we saw earlier today, but that's where we see fatigue start to mess with technique and confidence.
Chandler Smith hanging on to the lead for the boys that Noah Olson was able to grab in round 1. He is just about done with his open water swim. Jason Hopper behind him for good dudes, and then Canadian PB&J Pat Vellner. And it is getting colder out there. The temperature is 59 degrees Fahrenheit, but it feels like 57. There's been some wind today. It has died down.
It's like that's 57 when you're dry.
And then, right.
Different temperature when you're soaking wet.
There is Jason Hopper coming out. And now here comes Chandler Smith for his 21 D-ball squats at 150 pounds. Great to see Chandler Smith back at 100% too. Saw him at the Rogue Invitational, have a great performance there. And getting back on track heading into the game season as Jason Hopper hoists up the D-ball. And now here comes Pat Vellner.
Easy Vellner is gassed coming out of the water.
Tola Morquinho is out of the water. Willie George is out as well. Top three men on the screen right now. Chandler Smith for the boys only has a handful of reps left before he'll hand things off to Travis Mayer. And now Mayer is out. So the boys have their final athlete on the floor now.
You know, Travis Mayer's been on the runner the longest. Travis Mayer's, he's always had a very good engine on both ends a bit. This is a guy who's done Karen unbroken with a 30-pound medicine ball.
Yes, no thank you.
So first, yes, hard pass, number one. Two, wow. And that just demonstrates his work capacity, right? The guy can hurt. The guy enjoys being under fatigue. So putting someone on the runner for 2 lengths and then putting him out into this position in the water, you start looking at, okay, who's the most comfortable under fatigue maybe in the water? That might be the person you want to put in last.
So Omnia in lane 1 as we start to close out the first part of this event. They're looking to put up the top score here in the 5K, and it's going to be close. Lane 12, also the Smith brothers, they're almost done. 14:15 from Team Training Program, unofficially your top time coming into this heat. And we'll see who finishes first. Omnia still working, Smith brothers still working. Hand in the air also for King BK and friends. The top time will not fall, but the win in this heat is up for grabs. And it looks like Omnia and the Smith brothers finished at exactly the same time. We'll have to wait for the official time on that one. But Team Training Program's time of 14:15 looking like it's going to survive for the event win in Part A. Still plenty needs to be decided in the relay portion of this event. Good dudes, the boys, and now Team GoWad all up there. There is Jeffrey Adler for Canadian PB&J heading to the water. He's the last athlete for that team that needs to complete his open water swim. Travis Mayer for the boys is trying to hang on to the lead that Chandler Smith and Noah Olson handed to him. Roman Krennikov for Team GoWad is the man behind Travis Mayer as they have moved into second place as Team GoWad. So keep an eye on Roman Krennikov as he tries to close the gap on Travis Mayer, and Rich Froning closing out the 5K for CrossFit Mayhem. Roman Krennikov is on the left side of your screen.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Travis Mayer has a pretty solid lead on Roman right now.
And look at the difference between stroke technique. Travis Mayer on the right, very short. That hand comes almost directly in front of his face, so he's not getting a lot of length per pull. And you scan all the way over to Roman Krennikov. This technique, this straight arm overreach technique, we see a lot of sprinters do this when it comes to swimming. And what this allows to do is keeping your arm straight. He exits right by his hip and he reaches way out in front of his arms, and that straight arm forces this rotation. Look at the shoulder coming out side to side. That cuts down on your, basically how much of your body is in the water, so that there is friction in water. You have water resistance, and the less of your body in the water, the faster you are on top of the water. So this stroke for Roman is a very good swim stroke, and actually some of the best Russian sprinters that have ever been in the Olympics have this straight arm Russian it's not a Russian technique, but a technique often used by Russian sprinters.
Roman Krennikov chipping away at that lead from Travis Mayer.
You may not catch him to get out of the water. I think Mayer's actually almost there, but what was the amount of work that Travis had to put out to stay ahead of Roman, and how is Roman going to feel when they get to the D-ball squats?
Travis Mayer with a good lead on Roman Krennikov, as the boys looking to pick up the event win here. 22 minutes, 13.64 seconds from Training Culture is your top time.
So Mayer picks up the ball right at 18:35.
And Roman will be in lane 6, so he will be right next to Mayer on this movement.
And the benefit there is he's going to know what number he is coming on. So Roman is going to be about 15 or 16 seconds behind him to make that 20 with that slip.
And Willie George and Jay Crouch there to encourage Roman Krennikov. But Travis Mayer got 12 reps in before Roman started.
And he's also got 2 days of fresh legs, as he did not do the individual portion of Wodapalooza like Roman did.
And Mayer is in, and the boys are going to win the event. 19:21.21 seconds. They beat Training Culture by nearly 3 minutes. And now here's Roman Krennikov trying to lock up a second place finish for his team in this portion of the event, and he will do it. Jeffrey Adler and James Sprague are trying to take third place now in the event. And Adler is in. And now James Sprague for the good dudes.
I'm curious to see what Adler, Fikowski, and Vellner got on that 5K, because they might have 2 top 5 finishes when we look at that overall time, because they're pretty close to finishing in the back half of that.
The good dudes are in. So is Team Panchik. That was a close finish. Zeus and the Dogs are across. Rookie Gerard, first time we've seen him today, on a team with Tim Paulson and Matt DeLugos. Con Porter and Tola Moraquinho with Bjorgen Carl Gumanson. They are the leaders on the floor. The only team left right now on their final round of D-ball squats. Less than 4 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. Now Porter has closed out his event. Sam Cornway on the squats for CrossFit Mayhem. Cornway grabbing at his left arm.
It might be a muscle spasm. That's a. You're gonna see how tight he can't even extend his arm.
There he goes.
And the hard part is having to pick that ball up. It's almost
put tension on it again. Yeah. Good job by Cornway to get that thing to his lap. Michigan made black on the bottom left. They're in. And now Sam Cornway, who is dealing with that issue with his left arm, he's finished up. Smith brothers still out there as well, along with Team Smartwater, Omnia, and LeBoys. There's Moritz Fiebig.
As the LeBoys, lane number 2 final athlete makes his way back for 21 squats as we cross over that 23-minute mark. Just under 2 minutes remaining, gentlemen.
Alex Smith is on the D-ball squats for the Smith brothers.
A narrow squat, just coming up on his toes. It's not a. As long as it gets below parallel, that's all that matters. But interesting how narrow he's getting.
Fiebig is in for Team Smartwad.
It's your best time in the heat. Smith brothers 1 second. And Ben Smith was on the runner, and his brother was asking to tag in, and he just said 3 words: "I got this." Bring it home for Smith brothers, at least in this heat, for 1 second over Omnia.
Unofficially, team training program has the fastest time at 14:15. Alex Smith trying to get through his final D-ball squats here. And he has got a no rep as he dumped the ball behind him. The 1 rep remains for Alex Smith. Smith has it. Omnia got across as well. And the Daddy's Angels, that's Christian Harris, out of the water, but not going to have time to work on his D-ball squats. But the boys at 19:21.21 seconds are your event winners in the relay. And it looks like team training program from Heat 2 will get the victory for the 5K run. They came in right around 14 minutes, 15 seconds, but we'll have to wait for the official results. And
no, a little slip right off the platform. He's been out here long enough. You should probably know where the slippery parts are. And then Brent Fikowski sees that, dives in, started extremely quick, and then Fikowski runs into the buoy, loses all his momentum, gave Noah an opportunity to catch up, and between Noah Olson and Chandler Smith, gave Travis Mayer enough of a cushion to hold on for the win for the first portion of this event in the relay.
And that is our Rain total body fuel replay. 19 minutes, 21.21 seconds for Noah Olson, Chandler Smith, and Travis Mayer to bring home the event win. Let's send it down to Nikki Brazier.
Okay. All right, guys, I gotta know. I'm freezing down here, and I'm dry. How did the weather, if at all, affect you during this event?
I mean, for myself, it don't feel like it affected me at all. Okay. I mean, you start, you get excited, the adrenaline's going, the crowd's helping. The last thing I was thinking about was how cold it was.
Nice.
Unless you were able to see something, but never mind.
No, definitely not. Now, you guys are the boys, and you are boys.
With a Z this time.
With a Z this time. I gotta know, how does being so close in terms of friends, in terms of training partners, help you out in a competition like this?
Can I take that one?
You can.
I think it helps a lot on the competition floor, and on top of that, it just makes it more special when you get to be successful together. You get to share in that, and when one of us is down, the others are going to pick each other up. I know it sounds really cliche, but genuinely, it's a lot more fun to do with your best friends.
Given the history of success, is there any sort of pressure, additional pressure to get on top of the podium?
I don't think so. I feel like we actually have less pressure than maybe some of the other groups because, like, no matter even if we went out and did terrible, like, we've been friends before we competed together. We're going to be friends long when we're done competing. So it's like this is just another shared experience we have. But I don't think we have our friendship or our respect for each other riding on this. So I think it's just a really healthy team dynamic.
Speak for yourself, pal.
Well, great job, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you.
The defending champs picking up an event win here. We're going to head back over to Flagler for the third and final event of the day for the elite teams. But it's not always about the elite athletes here at TYR Wodapalooza. The fans get to participate in the fitness as well. Tommy Marquez ran the gauntlet a couple days ago, and here's a look back at his experience.
So we just got here. It's now 4:25 on Thursday. They were fortunate to move me to the 4:40 slot of the gauntlet. It's 4:25. No warm up, no nothing. Just going to run over there with gear and then hopefully burn this thing down. See, there's a 1,000-meter time trial on the rower. There's that 3 rep max front squat. Don't know how that's going to do. I'm achy. And then there's like some rope climbs and pulling and overhead squats. So a lot of stuff I'm not good at. So I don't know. It'll be fun. That hurt really bad. Pay for that for sure. Empty stomach, right off the plane. Couldn't be happier. I mean, this is, if you're a spectator and you want to get involved at a first-hand level, the gauntlet is a reason why to come out, because it's honestly so fun.
Saturday night in Miami, and we are closing things out under the lights here at Flagler Stage at Bayfront Park on day number 3 of the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. Event number 3, it's time to sync up and squat.
We saw a little bit of a version of this on the individual side, but we are doing synchro bar muscle-ups and ring muscle-ups and synchro squat cleans and squat snatches. One of the first times you've ever seen mixed movements together in synchronized movements.
Let's bring in Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor.
Yeah, synchro is the name of the game, but actually by the time the athletes get to these barbells at the end of the row, they won't be facing the same direction. So they'll think about it kind of like a worm, where the athletes are all facing one way and they cannot see each other. The athletes are going to have to go by intuition or loud communication to make sure that they are in sync, but they will not be able to see each other.
Ingredients for success, Chase, presented by Trifecta. How do you figure this thing out since it's so new?
Well, that's the odd part, is you got to put people where they succeed, and it's really easy to be the person to say, I'm better at this, not quite as that. Okay, maybe we'll limit your time over there, but if you need to switch early. Don't wait till you start failing muscle-ups to switch to the bar. Don't wait till you start failing snatches to switch to the clean. You got to have a lot of communication in this event.
We will have 3 heats for the women's teams. Lane assignments for this opening heat. 13 teams will be on the floor. All these teams are looking to work their way up the overall standings and put themselves in a good position heading into day number 2. That is Josie and the dudes, Carolyn Prevost, Sabrina Gordon, and Maud Riopel.
I mean, Caroline Prevost, one of the best deadlifters in the game when it comes to CrossFit events, but just having that experience anchoring the team here to maybe help navigate the waters of this.
10 seconds. Stand by.
We are underway, and we start with the 30 synchronized synchro muscle-ups and synchro bar muscle-ups. They need to be synchronized at the top for the rep to count.
And the tough part here, Sean, is that the timing is different, and the difficulty of the movement is different as well. Meaning, the more difficult part of a ring muscle-up is actually the dip portion. The more difficult part of a bar muscle-up is the pull portion, not necessarily the dip. So combining these two is quite devious, and since the timing is different, right? A bar muscle-up, you can see on the left, you get right up to that lockout position, where the ring muscle-up on the right land and dip out. It's a huge timing element that in sync is easier because it's the same movement pattern and timing. This is a much more challenging way to synchronize movements together.
And they can sub in however they want, but you have to go back and tag the athlete who is going to be coming in, and then you can switch up however you'd like, and that's true throughout this entire event.
Yeah, same thing on the barbell as you have on the rings and the rig here, which I really do like. They didn't dictate saying you have to rotate forward each time you decide to change. You can interact, or you can interchange people as needed. And the good thing there is that it allows teams to strategize to their strong suit. What you want to see in team programming is letting teams build their best playbook for an event. Another thing, Sean, is that where is the synchronize? It's at the top. So say your bar muscle athlete gets up first. They have to wait for the ring to get up. Now you can fail a ring muscle up, hold the top of the bar, and wait for your teammate to get back up there. That is another option that you can, as long as everybody's locked out together at the top, the rep will count.
So look at Guatemala's Drevo. This is Mariana Khalil. She's on the bar muscle ups, and Talia Villanueva is on the rings.
A hard thing to dissect is how many reps is everybody really doing? It's hard to tell when you strategize based off strengths But if you were to just split everything basically down the middle, each athlete down the middle would be doing 20 reps of all 4 movements. So 20 reps on the rings, bar, cleans, and snatches if they were to split it evenly. So the amount of volume you get if you just split it down the middle is pretty substantial with these movements at these weights.
The Bromies are done first. Toya Nelson and Abigail Davila are on the barbells. Nelson's in front. Abigail Davila is on the cleans, and Gabby McClellan is the athlete who is resting. So 30 synchro reps, and same story here, synchronized at the top.
Right, you can receive it at the bottom, stand up, but you must both establish a full lockout position. So overhead, you stand up fully, clean, stand up fully in that receiving position. The trick here is look at the direction all the athletes are being forced to face. That's forward. It means one person, the person in front with the snatch, has no idea what is happening behind them. And it's incumbent on the person doing the clean to hold that bar if they need to wait for the person doing the snatch.
And now Gabby McClellan has subbed in for Toya Nelson. 115 pounds for the snatch, and then 145 for the clean. And the Quantumals Dravo, they are subbing in right now. They are in 3rd place behind Hybrid. Hybrid in lane 5 in 2nd.
Now, I believe what could have happened is you saw the athlete got the clean, their front athlete missed the snatch. They could have held the top of that rep and waited for their athlete to re-hit that snatch lift, and it would have counted instead of doing another clean because they missed it.
Here comes Mariana Khalil. I believe that's Jadorek Wire who is on the snatch. Back to the Bromies. Your leaders right now with Gabby McClellan and Abigail Davila working through the barbell movements here. So 30 reps they need to complete, again synchronized at the top, and then they'll go back to the muscle ups.
So they're switching movements now.
And something to keep in mind at the end of this set, in order to keep the run distance the same, one athlete from every team will have to run to the side of the floor opposite the rig, and then they will all move back to the rig. Just an extra element that's thrown in there to keep everything fair.
And safe as well. They stagger the bars so no one's next to each other with bars dropping everywhere. So how do you make that, as you said, Sean, fair? Right? You make loops. So one athlete, well, no matter where they are in the field, still has to walk all the way across and all the way back, which keeps it fair no matter where the bars are.
Hybrid is in 3rd place right now in lane 5. Helena Collins, Charlotte Spence, and Maddie Harris. And it's Harris and Collins on the barbell right now.
And just as we saw with the rings, the ring muscle-ups versus the bar muscle-ups, there's a timing element that is different with the cleans and the snatch. There's also a difficulty element depending on the athlete, but on average, the snatch is a much more technically demanding lift than the clean, and under fatigue, even more so. And so you want to put the athletes who are not only your better at the snatch itself there on the bar, but the most confident, because you catch a clean an inch in front in that receiving position, most people can save that bar. Not happening when it comes to the snatch. And I think the snatch in this event will be one of those deciding elements of success later in the event, a lot like ring muscle up, fatigue, and stamina.
This is Yellow Brick Road. They are in 2nd place right now through 22 of their 30 synchronized barbell movements. Martha Cook, Gemma Rader, and Evie Hollis. 15-minute time cap in this event.
And these weights are not light. And these weights are not light under high volume. These weights are not light under high volume and high fatigue, especially when you're mixing it with ring muscle ups and bar muscles and having to stay synchro. So I really do like the challenge this puts on teams that maybe they have never experienced before.
The Bromies are on their final rep now. They will send one athlete to the end there, and they will all now move back. So that's the transition that you need to complete. between rounds. Toya Nelson was the athlete who made the run, and they are on their set of 20. It'll be Abigail Davila and it's like Toya Nelson on the rings, and Abigail will be on the pull-up bar.
And like any 3-round descending rep scheme, it's the middle round that will be when things get real. Right? And the real part, and here's, oh man, those ring muscle-ups are fantastic because basically catching yourself high just like you would a bar muscle-up, saving the tricep fatigue, right? Different than what we've seen. And what that does is it shortens up the movement pattern. It actually makes it more like a bar muscle-up, and therefore what would traditionally be a slower movement in the ring muscle-up becomes timingly very similar.
Toya Nelson back on the rings. Gabby McClellan moves to the bar. Yellow Brick Road, they are on their set of 20 synchronized muscle-ups. They're chasing hybrid for second place behind the Bromies. Josie and the dudes now creeping up as well, that team with Carolyn Prevost. They're down there in lane 8.
And that starting 30. We say this all the time, but winning an event in the first 30 reps when there's 60 total is usually not the place where you want to try to put all your energy in a slow start. But here's the thing too. With the uniqueness of this event, high skill gymnastics at high volume, barbell weightlifting or Olympic lifting with moderate to heavy weight at a higher volume, you can see teams that excel in one area or the other. Some would be better at gymnastics, they'll move ahead of the field. Not so much with the barbell, they'll fall behind the field, vice versa. Someone's better with the bar, they'll catch up if they're not great on the rings. What do you want to see in a team? Just like you would an individual, the best of both worlds. Classic CrossFit, I want everything, not just one thing. And those would be the best teams that move forward. Not just that, but your ability to work together, communicate, stay in sync, again, with these different timed movement patterns.
The Bromies only have 2 more reps to go here, and they will move back to the barbells and try to keep themselves in the lead. Yellow Brick Road and Hybrid are both close behind. So Davila and Nelson are done, and Gabby McClellan will join them as they move to the barbell. So McClellan is going to be on the cleans, and it was Davila going to the snatches. And now here comes Yellow Brick Road in second ahead of Hybrid. Hybrid with 1 rep remaining before they will move back to the barbells as well.
And things to keep your eye on if you're watching at home is the athlete doing the snatch. Watch their shoulders, watch their elbows, watch that secured receiving position, because if it's lockstep, there's no moving, it's solid. But when you start to see the shakes, a little press out, maybe a little lean forward in the receiving position, that's those signs that there's fatigue starting to build up on these lifts.
This is Hybrid down in lane 5, who have fallen off the lead pace. Now just getting started on their first reps. It's Helena Collins and Maddie Harris on the barbell. Collins is on the clean and Maddie Harris on the snatch, and now Charlotte Spence will take over on the snatch as Maddie Harris moves back to the cleans.
And the order which they went in is that the athlete that was resting moved forward to the snatch.
And we are creeping closer to the time cap.
And this isn't a weight you can really cycle. And the hard part is not being able to see each other makes it near impossible to cycle quickly, unless you say, all right, my athlete in front that can't see, we're just gonna follow you. It's a lot easier for me to follow your lead as far as speed's concerned than is try to sync up together at who starts the rep. All we need to do is to finish the rep together. So you can start well ahead of me as long as you wait in that overhead position. I don't recommend waiting in the overhead position, but that's one way to speed up this barbell cycling since you can't see each other.
Less than 3 minutes to go before we hit the time cap of 15 minutes. You saw Josie and the dudes a couple seconds ago. They are in a battle with Yellow Brick Road and Hybrid for second place right now. The Bromies keeping in front of Josie and the dudes. now through their 16th rep of these 20. And here comes Abigail Davila in for Gabby McClellan. Final couple reps here for the Bromies, and then they will go back for their set of 10 on the synchro muscle ups. Josie and the dudes are right behind them, and once again it's going to be Toya Nelson to the end of the floor and back. And Josie and the dudes are done, and they forgot to send Sabrina Gordon to the far end of the floor as Carolyn Prevost and Maud Riopel will chalk up their hands. And now we have 90 seconds before we hit the time cap. McClellan and Davila on the muscle ups for the Bromies.
Still look very strong for both the rings and the bar. And this that quick cycle, you see the rings will come through. They're pacing the tempo off the athlete on the ring muscle ups, and it does take a little bit longer.
Josie and the dudes are threatening to overtake the Bromies for the lead here. Both teams threw 5 of their 10 reps, and now the Bromies are back to work ahead of Josie and the dudes. Yellow Brick Road coming up behind them as well.
The Bromies just got a no rep. The dropped a little too soon. Again, the lockout has to be at the same time.
Handful of reps left for Josie and the dudes. Looks like 3 for them. Carolyn Prevost and Maud Riopel getting set to get back to work. Now less than 30 seconds to go before we hit the cap.
And she hit her lift, but it wasn't at the same time.
McClellan hadn't even touched the barbell. Davila and McClellan now have things sorted. And 10 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. And that'll be the time cap. So the Bromies get, I believe, 3 reps into their final 10 barbell movements.
Yeah, and one of the things to think about is, you know, the clock hat that we have isn't necessarily synced exactly up with the clock they have on the floor. The floor clock being much more official than what we have there at the top of the screen, and you can hear him counting down, and it's getting that last rep within that time cap.
So Gabby McClellan and company with a heat win here. Toya Nelson and Abigail Davila.
Watch that high receiving position on the rings, which helped the timing of the bar muscle up. Very savvy technique between the two. And then you can see what we're trying to do is pace off the person in front, having that communication of who to come through, that back ring position. That's a way to cycle. A lot more power to come through, but just, again, communication is huge when it comes to this, and making sure you swap in before that bar decides for you. You making those decisions as they come forward. And there, Josie and the dudes were trying to track him down, and, you know, lost a little time there, but thankfully, you know, that's why you have teammates pick you up. She was in the waiting, saw that they had to run across, and she did it.
The Bromies, they get 3 reps in to their set of barbell movements in the final round there, and they have the top score. Josie and the dudes were right behind them along with Yellow Brick Road, but I do believe Bromies had more reps. These scores right now unofficial. So no one able to finish that event inside the 15-minute time cap. 2 heats remain here. As we close things out at Flagler here at Bayfront Park. This iconic setting that we have seen for quite a while now at TYR Wodapalooza. Thanks for being with us. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Nikki Brazier's down on the competition floor. Let's get you caught up on the overall standings. And it's the Daughters featuring MOB with 280 points. They have yet to finish outside the top 3. Team BPN sits in second. with 260 points, and the AKA Humble Killers are in third. Event number 3, final event of the day.
We put people in their best positions early in the morning. We had some niche endurance testing in the middle, and now we have some synchronized work with some teamwork communication. 30, 20, 10, ring and bar muscle ups, squat cleans, and squat snatches, 165 and 115. Your ingredients for success: put everyone in a place to succeed. Where are you best? Maximize them there. When things get tough, make the decision early. If it's too late to make the choice, it's too late for the event.
Lane assignments for this second of 3 heats. The GOWA girls are in lane number 11. And they come into this event in 5th place overall.
And they've been heat winners their last few events to start the day off, and being in heat 2, if they can have success here without the top teams that were in the final heat, then I can't wait to see what they are possibly capable of being in the final heat tomorrow.
10 seconds.
Sol Sigurdardottir, Jacqueline Dahlstrom, and Emma McQuaid.
Stand by.
We are underway. Joined in the booth now by the co-founder of Power Monkey Fitness, Dave Durante. How you doing, man?
Good to be with you guys. Thanks for having me.
How's the experience been so far?
Awesome.
For you?
Crazy weekend as always. Love being down here.
The one thing I wanted to talk to you about is we see ring muscle-ups paired with bar muscle-ups synchronized for the first time in recent memory for me. And you know, we talked about the timing element and the difficulty element. Describe really what's going on, either parallel or different between the two movements for these athletes.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting. The first thing I'd say is that the ring muscle-up will dictate the timing. That person, just because of the pace of it, will be the one that dictates the timing for the bar muscle-up. But there are some differences in terms of what the athlete's doing. Just because you're good at a ring muscle-up doesn't mean you're good at a bar muscle-up and vice versa. So you really have to make sure the athlete is good at that particular type of movement. Someone who has a stronger pull will probably lend itself more toward the bar muscle-up. You can fall into a lower position on the ring and have a stronger dip to be able to complete that movement. So it really depends on the person's strengths and weaknesses. The one thing I've been noticing here that's really key to look out for is making sure the person is starting on the rings directly underneath the rings. Any additional swing, which is considered to be more of a trapeze swing, is something that can really get the athlete off relatively quickly. So you want to make sure the athlete is always starting off with a still swing and then continuing from there.
GOWA girls, your early leaders here, Sol Sigurdardottir and Emma McQuaid on the muscle-ups. Sigurdardottir on the rings, McQuaid is on the bar. And they have 10 reps remaining here in this initial set of 30. Then it'll be on to the barbells for the synchronized cleans and snatches.
Dave, you're talking about dropping right underneath the rings. I mean, how valuable is that? We saw the long straps at Bayside on day 1 for the individuals. The challenge of the longer strap for those ring muscle-ups, is that more being balanced through the entire movement, or how do you basically work with that longer strap position?
It makes an extraordinary difference, especially with the wind kicking in over the Bayside, as well as potentially the cables, adding some chains, some swinging as a variation on the ring that most people don't have the ability to mimic when they're at their own gym. These are a little bit shorter, a little bit easier to manage, but what I would say if you have a longer strap is to try to catch a little bit behind the rings and then pull yourself into the bottom. Most people are so aggressive about the turnover, that's when they start to flip forward and fall into that catch position where they chicken wing. So if you want a longer strap, or one that's weighted, or one that has a little bit of wind associated with it, you would want to catch a little bit behind and then pull the elbows back to catch, just to be a little bit more safe on that catch.
The Invictus chicks and the GOWA girls are the first 2 teams to the barbell. Sol Sigurdardottir in front, Emma McQuaid on the clean.
GOWA girls out in front, Invictus chicks to the ball. Now lane 14, team extraordinary, setting up on their barbell.
You can hear McQuaid telling Sigurdardottir that she has the rep, right? So we're going off the pace of the person in front who can't see what's going on.
The Invictus chicks in second place right now, Emily Rethwill and Allison Weiss.
So Dave,
Pardon me, Lauren Stallwood are on the barbell.
I haven't drawn like direct parallels, but if I drew similarities of movement patterns, coupling with gymnastics movements, and barbell movements. I look at the snatch more like a bar muscle up, a clean and jerk more like a ring muscle up, and those movement patterns of a catch or a receiving position and a press out. How does what happened on the rig affect what's going on here on the barbell?
I think the biggest thing to look for here is grip. This is a grip workout to me, and I think if you're an athlete that's in the weighting in the back there, you have to be making sure that you're working on those forearms, working on making sure you're prepared from a grip perspective. Get back to those rings so that you're prepared to do that predetermined number of reps you're going to be doing. Most of these athletes, especially the ones in the final heats, are going to be doing bigger chunks. You want to make sure that when you get to those lat sets of 20 and 10 that you're able to sustain those numbers.
GoWa girls and Invictus chicks, along with Training Culture, your top 3 teams, trying to see if anybody in this second of 3 heats can finish this event inside that 15-minute time cap. The Bromies unofficially got the farthest in heat number 1, 3 reps into their final set of 10 barbell movements. Training Culture is in lane at number 7. They currently sit in 3rd place in this heat. Mariel Gallardo, Helena Avendano, and Ohana Moya Oliver. Moya Oliver is the woman who is resting on the left side of your screen. And now she will sub in. Moya Oliver also competed as an individual on Thursday and Friday. They are creeping up on the Invictus chicks for 2nd place in this heat behind the GoWa girls. Emily Rethwell and Allison Weiss on the barbell. Dead even with Training Culture for 2nd place. GoWa girls now have 3 reps remaining.
Dahlstrom now moving ahead to take or give Sigurdardottir a break, but Sigurdardottir, she only has taken about 6 reps off of the snatch. She hasn't even touched the bar for the clean itself.
Now the GoWa girls moving back to the rig for the 2nd time. This is the round of 20, so Sigurdardottir and Emma McQuaid getting to work.
And then kind of what I was alluding to earlier is they switched kind of their movement pattern between the bar in the rings and the rig.
Sure. So what could be happening there is giving someone a little bit of a break on their pull, let their push take advantage, and back and forth. I'm curious if, switching from ring now onto bar, whether or not that person's getting extra fatigue. If you're starting on ring and then moving to bar, that could be someone that's really struggling to finish up in that last round. The other thing I want to mention, one thing that I think every athlete should look out there, a viewer out there, every athlete should be thinking about finishing with some external rotation. I hope that is something that we consider for the future in terms of showing a completion of a rep. Internal rotation at the top does not show me as a gymnast that the completion of the movement is actually fully there. I would love to see external rotation at the top of that movement.
Training Culture on the left side of your screen has moved into 2nd place. Helena Avendano and Ohana Moya Oliver, pardon me. And they are now done. And remember, they have to send 1 athlete to the end of the floor and then back. The top 3 teams are on the screen. The top two teams, along with Team Explode, who have now moved into 2nd place. Team Explode in lane 10.
The GoWa girls on the right, they were doing about 3 reps apiece and doing a nice easy rotation through. Stopped at 2 on the back end there. Much more rotation on the gymnastics movements than they had on the barbell movements.
Now the GoWa girls are done with their round of 20 muscle-ups. Sigurdardottir and McQuaid heading back to the barbell with Jacqueline Dahlstrom in tow.
I think McQuaid stayed on the clean bar for all, at least of the repetition. She didn't do all 30. She was switching back and forth with Dahlstrom, who was in the back, but Sigurdardottir did the bulk work on the snatch bar. And we were talking earlier, like signs of fatigue in the shoulders, triceps. the little elbow vibrations we're getting on the snatch.
Jacqueline Dahlstrom stepping in for Sol Sigurdardottir. Kolesnikov team in lane 3 have moved into second place. But the GoWod girls are the only team right now on their round of 20 barbell movements. So they are way out in front here, trying to become the first team to finish this event inside that 15-minute time cap.
You're talking about grip as being a limiter or an interference on the bar work, but I think people don't understand the core demand on the gymnastics work that could play a factor into the barbell.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think you'll recognize it mostly on the swinging on both bar and ring, whether or not the person has an understanding of what the swing can create in terms of efficiency of movement. The tighter the person is, it's not just for aesthetic purposes. I think a lot of times people think gymnastics is done for aesthetic movement to make it look a particular way. The more efficient that swing can be through the core, the more efficient the movement is going to be, which will lead to a little bit more energy conserved for any barbell work.
Team Explode on the far left side of your screen. They move back into second ahead of the Kolesnikov team. Tracy Johnson, Rachel Fricker, and Karis Demi. Top 2 teams on the screen here in Heat 2 of 3. Final event of the day for the women's teams in the elite division. That's Kolesnikov team in the lower left-hand part of your screen. They are in third place. Ayzen Zarasova, Kamila Takayeva, and Xenia Trubetskaya. And it's Takayeva and Zarasova on the barbell right now. GoWod girls are done. Back to the rig with 4.5 minutes to go before we hit the time cap.
Both these athletes are doing an excellent job in terms of head position. It's one of the things I always look for in terms of bar and ring muscle up, what the head is doing. Visual contact points and having a focal point.
So much worse just physically for your shoulders.
Absolutely. I mean, that's just throwing the shoulder into such a deep position to catch, especially on the rings. But in terms of how they're turning over, if the eyes are back, it means the shoulders are following in that direction. So the amount of distance they have to travel to actually catch increases. So eye line facing forward just allow for an easier position as you fatigue.
I feel a little attacked right now. You guys are talking about all my bad habits.
Is it because we're staring directly into your eyes when we're saying these things?
The GoWod girls are on to their final set of 10 barbell movements. They get through 3. They will be the new event leaders, and they have a very good chance of finishing this event inside that 15-minute time cap. They are the only team on their final round of barbell movements here. And now 3 minutes to go before we run out of time. Now here comes Jacqueline Dahlstrom in for Sol Sigurdardottir.
Well, let's think about a 30-20-10 rep scheme different than a 21-15-9. Is that 20-10 where you're just lopping off 50% of the work that you just did? There is a mad rush when we get to the 10 versus say going from 15 to 9.
Three reps left for Emma McQuaid and Jacqueline Dahlstrom. Again, the synchronization occurs at the top of the rep. And that'll do it. The GoWod girls are going to win the heat. They have your new top time at 12 minutes, 38.43 seconds.
That third heat win of the day for them, sitting in the second heat all day.
Training culture, they are in second place. And they are hoping to finish this event inside that 15-minute time cap. Maribel Gallardo and Johanna Moya Oliver, along with Elena Avendano. The Avendano is the woman who's going to be resting here, as it's Gallardo and Oliver on the barbell. The best buds and scuds, they are on their final barbell movements along with the Kolesnikov team. The Kolesnikov team is on the left side of your screen in the long pants. halfway through these 10 reps.
Whoa.
Now it's Avendano and Oliver.
It's a tough change going from heavy clean to heavy snatch.
You guys get a chance to test out these workouts?
That's too rich for my blood, Dave. That's why I talk about these workouts now.
Training culture is in. Dave made a very funny joke. I even wrote it down in my diary. Did you test out these workouts? You serious? Team Explode, your leaders on the floor right now. A little more than 30 seconds to go, and they are going to get across as well. So now 3 teams have finished inside that 15-minute time cap. Best Buds and Scuds, they are in. And now the Kolesnikov team. They are trying to get in. Now 9 seconds to go. They have 2 reps remaining, so it doesn't look like they are going to get there. Dave, thanks so much for being here, man. I always appreciate your insight. I definitely learned something, and I appreciate you attacking all my my faults.
Anytime. I think we got handstand push-ups and handstand walking next.
Thank you for exposing all my insecurities.
Yes.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Go on, girls. They are your heat winners. They have the time to beat with 1 heat remaining, 12 minutes, 38.43 seconds.
Victus came out early in the beginning, and then, you know, they decent gymnastics, but once GoWad got to the bar, and I tell you what, the heavy lifting, no pun intended, that Sarah Sigurðardóttir took over of doing, what, 80 to 90% of the snatch work, and then having Emma McQuaid being really the driver there. You can see at the top of every rep, she'll make that call, and she made that call the entire event and keep everything synchro. But when needed, your teammates step in. Dahlstrom jumping in on the end bar for the snatch, them getting the heat win for heat number 2.
4 teams inside that 15-minute time cap, led by the GoWad girls, the only team to go sub-13. Training Culture, Team Explode, and Best Buds and Scuds, the other teams to finish the entirety of that event. The 1 heat remains here for the elite women's teams at the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza. Packed house at the Flagler stage at Bayfront Park in downtown Miami. Here are your overall standings coming into this event after 3 scored challenges. The Daughters featuring MOB, 2 seconds and a third, 280 total points. Team BPN sits in second, and the AKA Humble Killers are in third, 3 points up on the All-American girls. We're going to sync up and squat here in event 3.
And the challenge is just trying to make sure everyone is in sync and on the same page. 30, 20, 10, synchro ring and bar muscle-ups. One of the first times we've seen this in live competition. And then synchro squat cleans and squat snatches, 165 on the clean, 115 on the snatch.
Let's bring in Nikki Brazier, who's out there at Flagler Park.
We've been paying very close attention to the synchro portion of this event when it comes to the barbells. Because those athletes cannot face each other for the synchro portion, that makes it much more difficult to move quickly and cycle the barbell. But what we're finding down here on the floor is the teams that are moving the fastest are the teams that are simply going off of the front barbell person's pace, rather than needing to communicate turn around and talk to each other between each rep. The teams that go off that front person's pace seem to be moving the fastest.
Lane assignments for this 3rd and final heat. Overall leaders will be right in the middle of the floor. The Daughters featuring MOB have yet to win an event today, but they have not finished lower than 3rd. And they are off to a great start. AKA Humble Killers, the team that came in 3rd place overall, they will be in lane 11. But your top 2 teams in lanes 9 and 10. Team BPN, Jamie Simmons, Laura Horvath, and Gabby McGowan. And then on the right, Annie Thorisdottir, Katrin Davidsdottir, and Mal O'Brien.
Going to be very interesting to see how these two stack up coming in. First team we talked about the start today. Last team we're going to talk about here. Only 20 points separating, which is nothing when it comes to the amount of work we still have left for the day. But we talk about momentum all the time, and being able to gain that going into the second day is huge for these teams.
12 minutes, 38.43 seconds. That is the score to beat from the GoWod girls in heat number 2. Third and final heat here for the women's elite teams of 3 as they close out their first of 2 days of competition.
A unique skill set of the trios between these teams. You look at Katrin Davidsdottir in the back on the left side in the yellow shorts, is that her ring muscle up volume is not a strength for her, so you'll probably see a bit more of her on the bar muscle ups, where you have someone like Mal O'Brien that could take the bulk of the ring muscle ups because she has such a strong press out when it comes to that. So being able to, again, put people in a place to succeed. Annie taking double duty on the bar. She has some of the best high volume bar muscle ups in the game. She's just so good at that glide kip. On the right side, Laura Horvath. A lot is not said enough about her ring muscle ups. She has fantastic ring muscle ups, which is funny because, you know, people talk about her deficiencies and the holes in her game. That press out on the dip is not one of them.
Well, despite those deficiencies, she has finished on the podium of the CrossFit Games the last 2 years.
Exactly, right? And just based off a couple events. And we're saying put people in a place to succeed. We just talked about where people's holes are at on the team. Make sure you limit their exposure in those movements, but make sure they pick up with it in other things. If you need to make a switch, there, everyone has a plan. If you need to all change that up, switch it up before it's too late. Because once you go to failure, it doesn't matter where you put the athlete.
Plenty of teams within a rep of each other here on the lead pace. Invictus in lane 15.
Saw nearly
They're getting set ready to move here. Sorry, Chase.
No, saw nearly the same thing in the previous heat with the other Invictus team. The question is, how are they going to fare on the barbell? Because they have the skill set on the gymnastics. That's clear. Now it's going to come down to the bar. When you see teams like BPN and the Daughters who can move a bar very well under fatigue. We already saw that first rep of the snatch was not the most comfortable position for Weiss.
Yeah, Brittany Weiss and Devin Kim on the barbell, and Jessie Smith is going to wait. Now more teams starting to make their way to the barbells. P10 performance in lane 13. Starting to push Invictus for the lead here. The Daughters featuring Mal O'Brien. They are onto the barbell as well.
Again, put people in their best positions. Katrin Davidsdottir, great lifter when it comes to the snatch itself. That's where she excels, not so much on the clean. Annie, you can interchange her on both ways. So we're seeing teams putting their athletes in a place where they can do the most damage in a positive sense of getting through this event.
Now Laura Horvath on the right side for Team BPN missed her initial snatch, but Jamie Simmons had the presence of mind to keep the barbell in the front rack position at the top. Horvath just redid the rep. They get credit for it because, again, synchronization at the top. So Team BPN 1 rep ahead of Invictus right now. On this opening set of 30 barbell movements, it's Gabby McGowa and Jamie Simmons.
You know, there's one thing about being gymnastics savvy, strong, well-conditioned, but intelligent on the floor in the midst of the chaos that is live competition. That is a huge part of success, not only an individual, but even more so, I would say, in the team element. And that move by Jamie Simmons was one of those things that just saves him an extra rep, a little bit of time, that may be a difference factor later in the event.
The top teams are on the floor here. It's Team BPN in lane 10, upper left-hand part of your screen. The AKA Humble Killers, they are in lane 11 towards the bottom of your screen. Alex Gazan and Carrie Pierce in the all black. And then P10 Performance, bottom right side of your screen. Sydney Mikulishin, Andrea Nisler, and Tori Dyson. Mikulishin and Dyson on the barbell right now, as Team BPN has just 5 reps remaining before they will move back to the rig.
I just have my eyes on Laura Horvath, who's leading the charge in the front, and that's exactly what she's been doing. She has been driving the pace, so much so that Jamie Simmons had put the bar down. Laura Horvath didn't even hesitate to stop. She had to pick it up before she was ready, and then she had to switch out as quick as he could. Laura Horvath has not looked back. She's just hoping that her teammates behind her are keeping up with her.
Horvath will make the run to the end of the floor, and now Team BPN will get set to start round 2. 20 synchronized muscle ups here. Let's go back down to Nikki Brazier.
You know, none of the teams down here want to lose any time on their transitions, and actually what I'm seeing on the competition floor is that some of the teams with shorter athletes are choosing not to use their risers to help them get up to the rings, rather than dealing with swapping the risers in and out and possibly losing time on the transitions. They're electing to give each other a little leg up and save on that transition time.
So Ariel Lowen and Carrie Pierce are on the muscle ups for AKA Humble Killers. Team BPN in lane 10, Laura Horvath and Jamie Simmons on the muscle ups. They are in the lead. The All-American girls, they are in the fight as well here for one of the spots inside the top 3. P10 Performance and then the girls rounding out the top 5. We are now in the round of 20 synchronized muscle ups. The time to beat belongs to the GoWad girls. 12 minutes 38.43 seconds. And there are the All-American girls in lane 8, who are now up to second place. Amanda Barnhart and Chrissy Ermo O'Connell trying to figure things out, as now Brooke Wells is on to the rings.
And a good blend of talent on the All-American girls. I think Chrissy Ermo O'Connell, very good at gymnastics, high volume gymnastics, moves the bar well, and at these weights, these are weights that are good for her, that moderate weight for high volume. That's good for O'Connell. If they were a little bit heavier, maybe not as much, but Amanda Barnhart, good on the bar, not so much on the rings, but when you put her on a barbell, she can do both. That's the addition here for Amanda Barnhart.
Team BPN is done with their 20 synchro muscle ups, and Gabby Magawa and Jamie Simmons right to work on the barbell.
Again, Sean, as you said earlier, the synchro will count when both athletes stand up the weight and lock it out. They don't have to receive the bar at the bottom position at the same time. They don't have to start at the same time. They just must finish the lockout together. That was really close.
That was super close.
Super close on Jamie Simmons there. She's got to be careful that that rep gets counted. You see her looking up at the, all right, that look up. Watch Jamie's eyes. You know what she's looking at? She's looking at the Jumbotron on the opposite side of the field, which is showing them on camera at the moment, so she can see Laura Horvath behind her when she locks it out. That's, again, another savvy move from this team. That's 2 things for Jamie Simmons.
The Team BPN continues to lead, and we're going to have a crazy effect because we are showing that. But that is what they are looking at.
We have that on both sides of the competition floor. And what we can do is that they can see what's on camera at the time. And since we had her in camera frame live, she can see who's behind her.
Now the daughters featuring MOB, they are onto their set of 20 barbell movements. Catherine Davis' daughter and Mal O'Brien. First person I saw ever do that was Rich Froning back in the tennis stadium. And he used to look up at the Jumbotron there and see where his opponents were.
I mean, I know the NFL playoffs are going on right now, but how often do you see a running back or a punt returner coming down? He's like looking at the Jumbotron to see if anybody's going to be behind him and catch him.
The Team BPN is just about through this set of 20. Gabby Magawa and Laura Horvath putting the finishing touches on this set. They are done. Magawa makes the run to the other end of the floor, and now she will return to join Horvath and Simmons at the rig.
I think people forget, early in Jamie Simmons' career, how good she was as an individual, but getting second in the team competition at the CrossFit Games. So not only do you have 3 incredible individual athletes, but you have someone like Jamie Simmons, who's on the back part of the rings, who has a lot of team experience and success in the team.
The All-American girls on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, who won the relay portion of Chasing Waterfalls earlier today at Bayside. Amanda Barnhart heads to the end of the floor to complete their round. And now she, Brooke Wells, and Chrissy Aramo O'Connell will start their final set of 10 muscle-ups as Team BPN is just about done with theirs. AKA Humble Killers in lane 11, they're heading back for their set of 10 muscle-ups. And now Simmons and McGowan start on the final 10 reps on the barbells. Go Wad girls with the time to beat, probably not going to last much longer. 12:38.43 seconds, and here comes Laura Horvath.
Laura Horvath's just, again, focusing on her, putting her hand on the bar, controlling it. It's up to Gabby to keep pace with her, which is, you know, we thought the cleans could be a little fast, but as this event goes on, it's the clean that actually becomes more difficult than the snatch because of the weight on the bar.
One more rep for Team BPN, and that is an event win for Laura Horvath, Gabby McGowan, and Jamie Simmons. 11:14.48 seconds to pick up 100 points. And they look to put themselves on top of the overall standings, depending on what the daughters featuring Mal O'Brien can do. And right now, Team BPN is getting help from the All-American girls. The girls and AKA the Humble Killers, all 3 of those teams ahead of the daughters right now.
Now, American girls, their barbell work is much faster than most teams, where AKA Humble Killers, their gymnastics work is the faster portion, but it is enough to put them ahead of a few teams.
And that will be a second place event finish for the All-American girls, Brooke Wells, Amanda Barnhart, and Christy Aramo O'Connell. AKA Humble Killers and the girls, Fisa Gaffi, Alexis Raptis, and Christine Kohlenbrander, they are now in. And that will be good for 3rd place in the event. AKA Humble Killers, they're going to take 4th as they get in ahead of the Go Walk girls' top time.
You got to think about that time from Emma McQuaid's team in the previous heat.
Three reps remain for the daughters featuring Mal O'Brien. Final rep for them. And they are in. Less than 2 minutes to go before we hit the 15-minute time cap. So that'll be the first finish for the daughters featuring Mal O'Brien outside of the top 3, and Invictus comes across the finish line. Jesse Smith, Devin Kim, and Brittany Weiss. And now the Queens of the North. There's Chloe Gobbin David, along with Kyra Milligan.
Michigan may try to finish up. About 90 seconds remaining.
Misfits with Lady Bits, and the Med girls are across. P10 Performance finishing up. And now Spacers Angels are through 4 of their 10 final reps. Caitlin Manziel and Sarah Sigmundsdottir, along with Victoria Campos, who was a late addition after Emily Rolfe had to withdraw because of that calf injury that she suffered yesterday in the individual competition. So we are inside a minute to go for the time cap. Final rep for Sigmundsdottir and Campos, and they will make it with about half a minute to spare.
Oh, that's got to be a tired team. Everybody pulling double duty on this team.
Great to see Sarah Sigmundsdottir back here after what happened last year, having to withdraw after she aggravated that knee injury. This team Fleo. Kelsey Keel, Winter, Nicolette Rodriguez, and Nicole Soto. And they are done. Team BPN with the event win, and they look to put themselves on top of the overall standings. They came in second place overall, but we have to see how much ground they were able to make up.
It's going to be close. It may be tied going into the final. They also looked very recovered, and right off the bat, it was BPN right from the start. It was a tight race in the 30 gymnastics. It's when they got to the bar. I mean, the pace that Horvath set on the snatch to dictate the pace of the team when it came to the barbell work, but their pacing here on the rings, their tempo together on the synchronized portion between the rings and the bar muscle-ups, just as a nice, easy pace. You can see Jamie Simmons in the back just celebrating how well her team's doing, and a couple wins here makes the pain go down a little bit smoother, and I'll say that.
And that is your Rain Total Body Fuel replay. Team BPN, 11 minutes, 14.48 seconds, followed by the All-American girls, then the girls, and the AKA Humble Killers. The Gowa girls, who had the top time, they wind up in 5th place. Let's go down to Nikki Brazier, who is with your event winners.
So much of this event came down to communication. So what was your plan going into it, and how were you able to execute?
Well, we did practice this workout a couple of times, and we've been training together the last week. So we're actually closer together out on the field than we were in training. So we're like, just make sure you talk. If someone's tired, you take over. If you're not tired, you go for it.
And as far as being tired goes, now you're halfway through. You've got 1 day down and 1 day to go. How is your body feeling? How do you recover for tomorrow?
We're gonna go home, eat bunch and sleep, recover, and be back tomorrow to crush more events.
Great, good luck. Thank you so much.
Play some Uno.
Thank you.
Go.
Yeah, definitely. Play some Uno. That's key to recovery.
Take notes, everyone. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Well, Laura Horvath and Team BPN just dropped a draw 4 wild on the rest of the field there. The women are done. Men coming up next here, so stay with us as our coverage of the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza continues from Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida.
I can't be stopped.
Power in CrossFit isn't just some strange alchemy. In truth, it's a formula that works. It's the formula for everything we do, from forging elite fitness to preventing and reversing chronic disease. It's the inputs that give us the outcomes, the results that have revolutionized an industry and changed millions of lives across the world for the better.
Here at Proven, we strive to be the best in every facet. So when we created our gym, we knew we had to have the best for our flooring. We needed flooring that could withstand the hardest training sessions. We needed needed the flooring to be durable and reliable. Time and time again, Surface Co finds themselves being used at the highest levels of competition, so Proven had no doubt that Surface Co was the floor for us.
Under the lights here in downtown Miami. Great place to be on a Saturday night if you're into some fitness. Thanks for being with us, everybody, on the first day of competition for the elite teams here at the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Nikki Brazier is down there at Flagler. We'll hear from her here in a little bit. Event number 3 to close out the opening day of competition for the teams. You're going to sync up and you're going to squat.
Little surf and turf. You put it together. We got some gymnastics. We got some barbell work, some rings, some bars, some squats, some snatches, a little bit of everything. 205 for the men, 205 for the clean, and 145 for the snatch for these men.
Ingredients for success are presented by Trifecta.
Listen, we had a test of put myself in the best position early, why not in the afternoon, but this time working together as a team. Put someone in a position to succeed. If you need to change the plan, change it early before the plan chooses for you.
Here are your lane assignments for the first of these 3 heats, as these teams are looking to put themselves in position to be within striking distance of a spot inside the top 10 heading into the second and final day of competition on Sunday. The lads, they will be in lane number 12. Currently 10th after 2 events unofficially.
Top 10, had a decent finish in event 1 at 12, 7th in the run, 24th on the relay, but you know, out of Ireland representing, you got Sam Stewart, Michael Smith, and Jamie Heaton. All 2 between Smith and Stewart have been to the games individually, and then a few teams and individuals here at Wodapalooza. And what they've done in the first heat has been pretty impressive to see if they can move up going into tomorrow.
The first heat for the men is underway.
Starting off those 30 synchronized ring and bar muscle-ups. We just saw the women go, and the timing is the key here, and the athlete on the rings is going to dictate what that timing is. If they're going to receive in that bottom dip position, it's just going to take a little bit longer to execute the rep. The unique thing is that you get taxed in different ways between the 2. On the ring muscle-up on the right, that low dip position is going to tax your press, your push, your shoulders and triceps a bit more. On the left side on the bar, your core, your pull gets taxed a bit more. We just talked to David Durante earlier in the women's, is that grip fatigue is going to be one of those elements that might not be thought about too much if you haven't tested this event prior.
Pretty even here in the initial reps of this event. 30 synchronized muscle-ups that all these teams need to complete before they move to the barbells. It's LSKD in lane 5, the trio of Johan Van Zyl, Moses Patello, and Henry Carl. Patello on the rings. I believe that's Johan on the bar muscle-ups.
We've seen descending rep schemes before. Obviously, your classic 21-15-9 when you think about this. But the 30-20-10 is unique because in the first portion of this 30, once you get through, that's half the repetitions gone in just 1/3 of, say, the rounds that there are. And then you move to the 20. Right? When you move to the 20, it's 2/3 of what we just did. But when you move to the 10, it's that 20 round that people tend to be a bit afraid of. But you can actually put way more intensity into the 20 than, say, the 15 when you're doing it 21-15-9, just because of how less reps are in the round of 10 based off the total volume they have.
Well, the lads and the Almonds and Mayhem Project among the first teams to get to the barbells. So 165 on the snatch, 205 on the cleans, 30 reps with the synchronization occurring at the top. Sam Stewart and Michael Smith as Stewart subs out for Jamie Heeden.
And the question gets asked is, how do you pace it out? How do you put people in the right position? How many reps do you do? And it's so unique to the team and the athletes that are on that team, because you take an athlete, it's like they might just crush squat cleans, but they don't have the overhead positioning, at least ideally, for a receiving the bar in the bottom of a snatch itself. So they might pull extra duty on the cleans because they're just not as proficient on the snatch, or vice versa. You have an athlete that's great overhead position, good technique, but they just get crushed on the cleans, maybe just some upper body stability issues. So that's what we said when coming in, is knowing where to put your athletes. And Jamie, Laura, and Gabby said is like they've actually practiced this multiple times within the week leading up to Wodapalooza. This was a very early event that was released, so knowing where to go is a huge element of this event.
This is Mayhem Project. They're fighting the Almonds right now for first place in the heat. Jorge Carvalho and Sven Geens on the barbell. Geens in front, Carvalho in the back, and it's David Mata who's on his haunches resting there. They're halfway through now this set of 30. Carvalho will move to the snatch. David Mata heads to the clean. On the left side, that's the Almonds in lane 4. Kevin Winkins and Tobias Fox on the barbell, and Jonas Zisler is resting. Approaching the 5-minute mark here, a third of the way through the allotted time in this first of 3 heats for the elite male teams. Conquer lift heavy often in lane 11. Devin O'Neill, Tony Facchini, and Elijah Muhammad. They have now taken the lead here as Facchini and O'Neill are on the barbells.
Oh, throwing it back to the nasal strip. I love it. God, where have those been?
Might as well have a neck roll on that guy, too. That is Devin O'Neill, who is now moving up to the snatch. Here comes Elijah Muhammad.
And this is one of those teams that there are differences between what team's better on the rings, what team's better on the bar. This is a team that will be very proficient on the bar. Elijah Muhammad, when you're talking about snatch, overhead squat, one of the best to ever do it in the game, especially the overhead squat. You don't put up 405 over your head and not have some prowess in the movement itself. And having that ability in this event here to get him ahead, right? They weren't ahead coming off the rig, but now they're on the bar.
And they are done with their set of 30. Along with the lads right next to them in lane 12. So it's going to be Facchini and it looks like O'Neill on the bar muscle ups. Facchini's going to hop up to the rings and Muhammad's going to take a break. And the lads now on the right, they have moved back into the lead.
And this might be those two teams that have parallel strengths. The barbell work for the lift heavy team on the left with Elijah Muhammad, and then you have the lads on the right with the gymnastics. They were one of the first team off the rig early on in the 30, but we saw that change of lead after the barbell.
Sam Stewart and Jamie Heeden. Stewart on the rings, Heeden on the bar. And Michael Smith is catching his breath. The Almonds are on the bottom left-hand part of your screen. They are on the lead pace as well. And Mayhem Project, they have re-entered the fracas here for the lead position. They sort of fell off the lead pace in that round of 30 on the barbell, but now they are back and chipping away at those 20 reps. And the lads are done with, actually they have one more rep to go. So one final rep here for Stewart and Smith, and they're done.
So they're off the rig about 7:55. Just a handful of reps left for lift heavy. Behind them on the rig to the left,
Sam Stewart and Jamie Heaton on the barbell. And now Mayhem Project in lane 14. David Mata, Jorge Carvalho, and Sven Geens.
That was a good call from Mata in the back. He secured the clean at the top, waited. His teammate missed the lift. Now, as long as you keep the bar up in the rack position and wait, that will be a good rep. So a good teammate move from David Mata.
Mata moving now to the snatch. Here comes Geens on the clean. And they are a rep ahead of the lads. And now Brazilians Old School starting to creep up. The Almonds still towards the front as well here. Less than 6 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. First of 3 heats for the men. Final event that they will face here today on the opening day of competition for the elite team competition. And a change that was made to the schedule this year to separate the elite individuals from the elite teams, and a great call. I think it's been fantastic for the athletes, great for the fans.
Been very fun, and the number of athletes we've had, and it's been said a lot leading up to it, and rightly so, is that the athletes here for the team competition is absolutely stacked. The individual competition also, but just what we got last night, how close things were coming into the final event, what we hope to see coming in is that, as Wodapalooza does, it's a celebration of fitness, community, life, friendships, and that's what we see displayed on the competition floor. At the same time, the clock did start, am I right?
We're keeping score.
We're still keeping score. So yeah, we can be high fives and hugs before and after, but all of these athletes, once they say go, it's on.
Top 2 teams on the screen right now. On the right, it's Mayhem Project. They have 1 rep remaining, and on the left, it's the lads in their final 2 reps. So Geens and Carvalho closing that out for Mayhem Project. They'll head back to the rig, and now the lads are done. This is Brazilians Old School. Anderon Primo, Pablo Chalfoun, and Lucas De Rosa. Primo and Chalfoun on the barbell. Let's go back down to the competition floor and check in with Nikki Brazier.
I've been trying to keep tabs on all the different methods of communication out here, and it's been really interesting to watch. Several of these teams have athletes that don't train together normally. Some of them don't even come from the same place or speak the same language. And even in the warm-up area in between heats, I was seeing a lot of hand gestures, a lot of sounds and signals. It's really going to come down to who can withstand the plan under fatigue and under pressure.
Now the lads and Mayhem Project, your top 2 teams, lads back in front here as Jorge Carvalho is struggling just getting up to the rings there on the right side. This is not the first time we've seen this be a problem.
And that has more to do with just dropping from the rings than it does anything like we've seen earlier, whether it's wind or long straps.
And now the lads had to, they were done. They finished up their set of 10. The scoreboard is behind right now.
Yeah, they're in the middle part of your screen.
Sam Stewart is in front, and Jamie Heaton is in back. They're on their final set of 10, and now they have 5 reps remaining. Mayhem Project onto the barbell at the same time for the final time as well. Now here comes Michael Smith in for Sam Stewart. 2.5 to go before we hit the time cap.
Yep. They're only separated maybe by a rep or two. I mean, they're side by side. They can see where they're at.
One final rep for the lads, and then they will cross the finish line with the top time here in heat number 1. And they are in right around 13:01 unofficially. We'll have to wait for their official score, but that will be the top time heading into heat number 2. And here comes the Mayhem Project, right around 13:23. And the Almonds are in. So officially, the lads' time, 13:02.20 seconds. There's Czechoslovakia. It's 4 teams have come across the finish line, and now Czechoslovakia is in. Mayhem Project came in at 13:24.50 seconds. We now have 1 minute to go before we hit the cap. The Almonds were in 3rd, and then Conquer Lift Heavy in 4th. These teams going through their final reps on this last set of 10. That's Big Body Boys. They are in. Ethan Helbig. And that's the time cap. The lads with the top time at 13:02.20 seconds. And they were in a back and forth battle with the Mayhem Project. As we check out our rain total body fuel replay.
Mayhem Project, a little bit of an issue of communication at the very beginning because the athletes have to tag to have a new athlete come in. And after the first set of 30, Conquer Lift was behind coming off the gymnastics, but they had 2 of the 3 fastest barbell splits of any team in this event, but couldn't hang on when it came to the gymnastics part. So the lads regained the lead in the round of 20, and Mayhem Project got a little closer, but a couple of no reps in there in that second round of 20. Again, losing a couple seconds here and there, but lads able to hold on towards the end and get themselves a heat win.
13:02.20 seconds for the lads. 1 heat down, 2 heats remain here for the elite men's teams of 3 as 2023 TYR Wodapalooza continues. Second of three heats set to get underway here at Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida, as we close out the third day of the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza. And we are in Miami, trust me. It is cold out there. People bundled up for this Saturday night, but it has not stopped people from coming out and enjoying the fitness. Ingredients for success here in sync up and squat.
Get in where you fit in, Sean. Make sure you put yourself in the right position to succeed. That means if you're bad at the ring, stay on the bar. If you're bad at the snatch, stay on the clean. If you need to switch, switch early. Don't let yourself get into a position and not help your team, and make sure you make that call early for your guys.
This is Training Culture team in lane 8, coming off their best finish so far of the competition, a 9th in chasing waterfalls.
Another part of that, though, is the Spanish contingency in the game's landscape is growing, and it seems to be growing rapidly with their individual athletes like Fabian Benito. This team, they've always had good success in the last couple of years, especially in the open quarterfinals going into the semifinals, and it's really cool to see a new pocket of athletes start to grow within the CrossFit Games landscape.
Aniol Akai and Alexander Anasagasti are on the muscle-ups. Anasagasti is on the rings, Akai is on the pull-up bar, and it was Pablo Cazales, who is the athlete waiting there in the bottom right-hand part of your screen, who really brought home the great result for them in the last event. He got way out front on that final open water swim.
That swim he had was incredible.
Sync up and squat, event number 3, 15-minute time cap here, and synchronization of different movements. First time we've seen something like that.
We have. First time we've seen it in major competitions, synchronizing ring and bar, and just look at the chaos as you look down the ring. What a cool shot, just seeing everybody swinging through. And you know what they've done here is offset the athletes, so though their feet may be looking like they're touching in between, they're actually offset. Now you're coupling this opposing movement pattern with rings and bar with 2 different movements on the barbell with the clean and the snatch. The clean weight at 205, snatch weight at 155.
And Training Culture among the leaders here. Road to Asgard in lane 6. They're going through their muscle-ups on the far left part of your screen. And now Training Culture in the middle. They are done, and they will move to the barbell for their 30 synchronized snatches and cleans. Lane 9, Gilman Athletics. They're going to the barbell as well. Mayhem Avengers advancing. They're on the left side of your screen. Piero Goricone and Agustin Riquelme on the barbell. Goricone in the front, Riquelme in the back, and now here comes Santiago Comba.
Now you see that miss on the snatch, but that hold in the back on the clean. Very smart move, just being aware of what the rules are. The rules being they must stand up with the weight together. One can get there before the other. They don't have to start at the same time, hit the bottom position at the same time. They just have to finish together at the top of the lift.
And now it's Santiago Comba and Agustin Riquelme on the left side of your screen. And Pablo Cazales and Aniol Akai on the right. Mayhem Avengers a rep ahead of Training Culture right now.
Coming off the rig, you had about 5 teams within 5 seconds of each other.
Lane 13 in the blue tops, middle of your screen towards the bottom. The 3 Wizards, Dennis Samsonov, Phil Muscarella, and CJ Gerald.
3 Wizards. The fastest off the rig was Road to Asgard, about 152. The 3 Wizards just 8 seconds behind him, so everyone was very close in the first of the 30. As you said earlier, about 5 or 6 teams within 10 seconds of each other, but we're gonna see a lot more time separation on the bar work. It's just, it takes longer. There's more communication that needs to go into play. I would say it's more physically demanding than the rig work.
Right side of your screen is Gilman Athletics. Right now, 4th place in the heat. Eric Thomas, Seth Sherritt, and Brandon Smith. Seth Sherritt, the man in the back there with his hands on his hips, catching his breath. Brandon Smith moving up to the snatches. Here comes Sherritt. And then on the left side is Training Culture. Anyola Kai and Gonzalez on the barbell for their team. 13:02.20 seconds from the lads. That's your time to beat from heat number 1.
You know, Sean, I always enjoy when teams wear 3 completely different outfits on the competition floor.
I mean,
and by enjoy, I mean I don't enjoy that at all.
Yeah. Uniforms are not a strong suit of this sport.
Hey, what are you wearing? I don't know.
Whatever.
They'll figure it out.
The 3 Wizards and the Mayhem Avengers are close to closing out their set of 30 here. And the 3 Wizards at the bottom of your screen in the blue. Dennis Samsonoff and CJ Gerald closing out that set of 30. And they will head back to the rig for their 20 synchronized muscle-ups. Muscarella on the rings.
That split they just had is 3 minutes and 37 seconds. If you compare that to the rig work took about 2 minutes. So a 90-second difference between the rig work and the bar work.
Mayhem Avengers in the bottom left-hand part of your screen. They are in 2nd place. The trio of Santiago Comba, Agustin Riquelme, and Piero Goracon. Dennis Samsonoff and Phil Muscarella on the bar, or on the muscle-ups on the right side of your screen. Now Muscarella is going to sub out for CJ Gerald.
Samsonoff is one of those athletes, made semifinals, but has been in the States for a very long time. And last year he was relatively forced to compete in that Asian semifinal, but we just saw, you know, Karenikov get an exemption, and Samsonoff is one of those athletes that we go based off his location and how proximity, how long he's been there, might be one of those athletes that get an exemption so he can compete live in a semifinal competition here stateside.
Here come Muscarella and Samsonoff. CJ Gerald in the back there.
Plus he has an amazing Instagram page if anybody wants to Google the fittest wizard and enjoy that content.
It's you're either going to be disturbed or entertained. Maybe a little bit of both.
Yeah. I am hardly enjoying this.
Don't know what I'm looking at. Mayhem Avengers bottom left. They are still in 2nd place, followed by Training Culture, Gilman Athletics, and Zaldua, the French-Canadian team. And now 7 minutes remain before we hit the 15-minute time cap.
Now, Mayhem Avengers is gaining a little ground on the 3 Wizards. They were only 11 seconds behind them after the barbell complex, and they picked up another 3 seconds on the rig. The problem is that once we get to the 10, there's really not a lot of runway left to catch a team. So this is where you can really make a move. It's the 20 reps here on the barbell. You want to try to distance yourselves or run someone down. The 20 reps on the bar is probably going to be your best shot to make a big move in this event. Once you get to the 10s in the rig, unless we just have ultimate failure, like I said, there's not a lot of runway to catch anybody.
The 3 Wizards and the Mayhem Avengers, they are both halfway through their round of 20. Muscarella and Samsonoff on the barbell now for the three Wizards. See Zhao Dua on the right side of your screen in the all black. That's Frederick Dubé. Final couple of reps for the three Wizards. And that will do it for their round of 20. Muscarella over the line and back. And now 10 muscle ups remain. CJ Gerald and Dennis Samsonoff.
Hey, Wizards 2 for 2 on the barbell. They have the 2 of the fastest time splits we've seen so far. And their rig work is just as good. It's comparable to anybody else. And like we said before, you can either have rig, you can have bar, you can have both. Well, obviously we want both, and the three Wizards seem to have that so far.
Mayhem Avengers in lane 4. They are on to their final set of muscle ups as well. Piero Goracone and Agustin Riquelme as Muscarella and company move to the barbell for the final time.
And Sean, what I was talking about is the speed at which you can have on the 10. 51 seconds on the 10 reps. Again, there's just not a lot of room to make a move here at the end. So that set at 20 for both the rig and the bar especially. The athletes know that going into the final round. These teams, if they want to separate themselves, it's got to be in the 20. Nobody wants to do it. It hurts, it's tough, it's not fun. But that's where you're going to make your hay.
13:02.20 seconds from the lads is the top time, and the three Wizards looking to track that down.
They might need to look over their shoulder a bit because Mayhem Avengers is not going away.
Mayhem Avengers are only 2 reps back of the three Wizards right now. Now just 1 rep back.
And now we have a fail in Samsonoff. He's hurting bad. He's hurting bad. He's just got to get out. He's got to sub out and just try to see if these 2 guys can hold on.
Mayhem Avengers are now in the lead. So they have managed to catch the three Wizards. This is their final 2 reps. Riquelme and Comba are done, and they are going to have your top time heading into the final heat. The three Wizards are now just finishing up, so the no rep, extremely costly on the barbell.
Came down to 1 rep, and it came down to the 1 rep that they failed to separate the 2 teams. And I said, if you can hang on to the end, you can't really catch anybody. But if you make a mistake in those last 10 reps, it's going to cost you, and it cost the three Wizards.
And now training culture is across the finish line. Official time for the Mayhem Avengers, 12:14.76 seconds. And Zhao Dua is just about done. Zhao Dua, Frederick Dubé, Jeremy Langto, and Felix Antoine Lemay are now done. Gilman Athletics, they are your leaders on the floor. Eric Thomas, Seth Sherritt, and Brandon Smith are across.
John, we're talking about the difference between Mayhem Avengers and the three Wizards. They were about a second apart on the 10 reps on the rig, but the Avengers were 29 seconds faster on the barbell. That was the difference between the two. That's how much time the three Wizards lost in those last 10 reps, nearly 30 seconds.
Road to Asgard just came across. Team training program is now in. So now 30 seconds are left here. Al, John, and Jack, and La France de General de Gaulle are your leaders on the floor. Final 20 seconds here in heat number 2 of 3. Three Poppies Latino, Al, John, and Jack also across Team 247, and the Butterfly Bandits all finishing inside the 15-minute time cap. But the Heat win, and the top time now belongs to the Mayhem Avengers. 12 minutes, 14.76 seconds.
And that clean run all the way through. Steady, lost some time, good on the rig, just behind the 3 Wizards. But it was that mistake at the end, those last 10 reps, and it all came down to 1. And that's what was the difference.
1 heat remains here in event 3. And the man who programmed this event will be joining us in the booth. Guido Trinidad coming up next as our coverage of the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza continues. We are down to the final heat of event 3 for the elite teams here at the Flagler stage at Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida, here at the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza. Here are your standings coming into this event. These are unofficial right now, as we are told they are still working through what happened in event number 1 earlier in the day. The boys have the lead with 250 points. Sync Up and Squat presented by Samsung Galaxy Watch 5 Pro.
30-20-10 synchro ring and bar muscle-ups. First time we've seen this in major live competition. And then synchro squat cleans and squat snatches. 205 on the clean, 145 on the snatch.
Let's go down to Nikki Brazier on a chilly competition floor.
Guys, I thought this was Miami. What happened? Where is the warmth and the sunshine? No, in reality, it has gotten significantly colder out here, and in just the last heat, the winds have seriously started to pick up. Now, some of the athletes I've spoken with already told me that once they hit 3, 2, 1, go, they don't feel anything anymore. Heat, cold, nothing. But for others, it's becoming a little bit more of a mental game, just another element to battle through here on the competition floor.
Might argue about the nothing comments. They still got to do the workout.
Here are your lane assignments for this third and final heat. Lane 9 will be open. We'll have more on that here in just a second. But the teams that are towards the top of the overall standings will be in action. Now, CrossFit Mayhem was supposed to be in lane 9. Now, they have withdrawn. This is what happened earlier. Sam Cornway with an injury to his left arm. We are not sure exactly what it is, but he is unable to continue to compete. So Rich Froning, Tyler Christoffel, and Sam Cornway have withdrawn from competition. And we are underway. Final heat time to beat belongs to the Mayhem Avengers. 12 minutes, 14.76 seconds. Let's bring in the man who is responsible for programming this event, Guido Trinidad. Thanks so much for having us, first of all. It's been an absolute blast being here. What was the inspiration for synchronized movements that were not the same.
Man, that's kind of like me and my wife. Like, we're not always on the same page. We gotta be synchronized, right? So really it was birthed because I always program the individual events first, and then we have to program the team events. And knowing that some of these guys were going to do both competitions, like, well, how can we keep the spirit of that style of workout, but not make it exactly the same? And so maybe it started off with, let's do squat cleans. And I was like, well, we're going to probably want to do snatches at some point as well. What if we just had them do the same? And yeah, it worked out. As long as you pick the movements, the weights that are comparable. I thought that was probably one of the harder things, right? Is to like pick those weights that are like moderate to heavy, not too heavy, not too light, maybe percentage. And yeah, I think it worked out well.
That was the big question, is like, how did you land on these two weights? Because what we've seen so far is they are very comparable as far as difficulty and fatigue. Obviously, you put people in the right place to succeed, but you know, how much testing did you have to do and tinkering to just nail these in?
No testing, no tinkering, just one shot.
Right off the top of my head. That's how good I am, right?
Home run on the first swing. No, it actually, so the first iteration was a 21:15.9, and the weight was escalating.
Okay.
So it started off with like 135. I forget what the exact weights were, but it actually ended in a like 285 squat clean, and I think it was like a 205 snatch. Woo. And from a logistics standpoint, it was like, hey, like that's going to be a little messy with the weight change and all that. So let's just keep it at the same weight and, again, keep the same spirit. And then I thought, like, okay, what do we want this event to flow like? Do we want it to be like really heavy or super light? And we thought, hey, let's somewhere right in the middle. And so I just picked a weight that I know that guys can move, but they're going to have to break a little bit, and that would tax them as well. And so I felt like let's start with the clean weight, which is, you know, easier to decide on. 205 to 225, that was kind of what I was thinking at first. And then the snatch followed that.
3 teams on the screen now, your overall leaders. The boys, your defending champions, they are on the bottom left-hand part of your screen. Canadian PB&J in the middle in the all red, and King BK and friends on the right side.
And Sean, with the leaderboard that we have right now, everyone's had kind of a, you know, golfing reference. Let me do that for a second. Those of you guys watching, is that everyone's got to shank out to the woods, right? Just one right off the tee, maybe out of bounds. Because I mean, we've got teams that have a 16th place, but 2 firsts and seconds, a couple of 8th place finishes, a 23rd with 3 thirds. It's wild to see these things out of bounds when I say the 3 events we had, right? Very skilled gymnastics, really fast. The long 5K, the swim, and the D-ball. This seems to be that like great classic CrossFit right down the middle where you see kind of the best teams rise to the top instead of these outliers in the beginning that we've had.
Right. Yeah, I think that's always important, is to have a space for these like really quintessential CrossFit style movements that, you know, they practice over and over again. And the guys that have been doing it for the longest, they're probably going to be the ones that rise to the top. And I think it's also the stuff that we enjoy seeing. Like, yes, we like to see the new, innovative stuff, but at the same time, it's like, all right, show me some classic CrossFit, please.
Yeah. It's like, I'm used to that.
Yeah.
This is the set of 30 synchronized barbell movements with King BK and friends. Tola Morquinho and Con Porter on the barbell. Bjorn and Carl Gudmundsson taking a break.
So speaking of the break, have you guys noticed any consistency in how many reps they're doing before they rotate? Do you guys see
It's actually been very interesting because we've seen on the women's side, some like one girl or guy taking a big brunt of the snatches alone where 2 would split the cleans. We haven't seen a natural rotation. And that's actually a question I had for you when combining this, because you know, you see programmers that say you just have to stay in line 1 rep at a time, or you have to do this number of muscle ups and this. You gave them the freedom to choose.
Correct.
When it came to that. Was that a conscious decision to let teams really put themselves in the best position possible versus funneling them into a specific rep scheme?
Yeah, I think there's a room for both. That we want to have, like the one that we had the first event, like you have to do 42, you can't split that up. And you'll see it, we had a back and forth on one of these events that we have, I think it's tomorrow, with the rope climbs. Can they split those? They all have to do 12 rope climbs. Can they do 4-4-4? No, I said, let's do 12 at a time because that's the stimulus that we're going after. So here I wanted it to be a little bit more of a strategic challenge, like what's going to work best to save time on the rotation and just have somebody be on the bar as long as they want to, or force them to get out. And then now it kind of equalizes the playing field a little bit more when you force them.
Yeah.
You know?
I like that.
Well, King BK and friends, they were the first team back to the rig for their set of 20. Canadian PB&J on the left side of your screen. They were right behind them.
It's a tight race, Sean, as you said. Good dudes, boys, go wide. Not a lot of separation after the 30, and we were watching the second heat for the 20, and you know, with the 10 at the end, barring a failed lift or a failed ring muscle up, is that round of 20 is essential to establishing your position, whether leading away or falling behind when it comes to this event.
That's it right there. It's kind of like, I know you've had Chris Hinshaw here, and I got to spend some time with him. I think it was Friday at my gym, and he was talking about, you know, like in a 5-round workout, like that round where you want to quit, and that really makes the separation is that 4th round.
Yeah.
You're not just starting.
I hate the 4th round of 5.
Exactly. So I think that's what this round represents there, is like really it's the separator.
The Team Gowad on the bottom left-hand part of your screen. It's going to be Willie George and Roman Krenikov on the muscle-ups as Jay Crouch just subbed out. They are towards the front here on this set of 20, and now King BK and friends, Con Porter, Toler Morquinho, and Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson back to the barbell for their round of 20.
They're definitely one of these teams that have the best of both worlds. All 3 guys are fantastic lifters, not just with the numbers that they put up, but the technique that they have on the same playing field. Great gymnastics. BKG is one of the better ones in the sport, but I think one of the ones that doesn't get enough appreciation because he's so strong is Toler Morquinho. That guy is a great gymnast when it comes to these high skill movements.
And this rep will count. Even though Con Porter missed, the synchronization is at the top. Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson kept that barbell in the front rack position and waited for Con Porter to join him. So good move by Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson to not just dump that barbell after seeing his partner fail. Halfway through the allotted time here in this 3rd and final heat. Here is Canadian PB&J. They came in 3rd place overall, 242 points. Again, standings unofficial at this point. Brent Fikowski and Jeffrey Adler. Fikowski competed the last 2 days as an individual along with Pat Vellner.
What would you guys think is the separator here in this workout? Is it fatigue? Is it?
I think it's clean reps, and that, it goes for everything. Like all of these 4 movements that you chose are technical, and if you're not technical, you can get away with a clean, kind of like you can a bar muscle up a little bit, right? It doesn't have to be perfect, but on the snatch in the ring, you miss by an inch, you're not getting that rep, right? You're not getting that lift. And so I think that technical aspect, where we saw speed as an element this morning with the gymnastics movements, endurance, then that middle portion, right? That grunt work with the ball and the swim. Here is execution.
Yeah.
Execution with synchronicity as you have programmed, and the technicality of both movements that you have, gymnastic and barbell.
Yeah, I would agree for sure. Yeah, if your technique isn't dialed in, then you're going to be leaking some energy somewhere.
Team Gowad is now in the lead. Willie George and Jay Crouch along with Roman Krenikov. Roman sending Willie to the end of the floor. Remember, one member of the team has to make that run between each round.
It's good because you can just point in the direction. We got it, right? And I actually wanted to talk about this on the hit that Nikki had earlier about, you know, you've got guys from 3 different countries. They speak 3 different languages. Amazing. But when you look at CrossFit itself, it's kind of that universal language, right? We know when to say go, we know when to snatch, we know when to do muscle ups or when it's time to start and stop. So I think in this element, CrossFit being that singular thread, that universal language of movement and fitness, the language barrier in and of itself in this format, at least with teams for 3, I don't think is quite as a inhibitor as most people might think, just because of how used to this stuff that we are. We can do hand signals and things like that.
Yeah, I can look at you and just basically put my hand across my throat and said, I'm done. Tag me in, bro.
You go.
Well, no rep early here for Gowad on this now set of 10 for them, as they are threatening to smash the top time of 12:14.76 seconds that belongs to the Mayhem Avengers. Jay Crouch on the cleans, Willie George on the snatches, Roman Krenikov on his haunches.
Yeah, these guys are moving. I would say one of the separators too, going back to that old question, is like how quickly they get back on the bar after each rep, because they're all going singles. No one's going touch and go. But you see some of these guys is like they're staying on top of that bar. They're not waiting too long.
The final 2 reps for Team Go Wad. They're coming off a second place finish in Part B of Chasing Waterfalls, and now they're going to have an event win to close out Saturday night.
Sub 11. That's impressive.
And they needed that. They have a 6th and a 2nd in 2 events, but as I said earlier, punted one out of the stands with the 29th. So to offset that, but what's good for them is everybody seems to have one of those so far in the first 3 events.
And here comes Canadian PB&J, and that'll be a 2nd place event finish for them. And they're looking to gain some points on King BK and friends, and the boys, although Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson and Con Porter are on their final rep, and that one will count, and they are in. That will be a 3rd place finish for them as they look to hold off Canadian PB&J, although the 2 of them came in tied in points. So it's unofficial, so it looks like Canadian PB&J will leapfrog them in the overall standings and move into 2nd place, depending on what the boys are doing. And they look to be the next ones to finish up.
What a great finish that they needed for that, because we're still not official of the total scoring so far for the day.
Well, that'll be good enough for a 4th place finish for the boys. And now Team Panchik coming across. Tudor Magda, Jacob Hepner, and Spencer Panchik. This is Le Boys.
That's a cool name.
In lane 4. James Newberry, Nick Matthew, and Will Kearney.
I wonder how much of a factor the previous events that they chose had an impact on their selection on how to rotate, right? Like, hey, I just did 84 chest to bar pull-ups. Why don't you take a few more bar muscle-ups, right? Or I did 84 pistols. I think that I'm going to bow out of some of these squats here.
Yeah, I think so as well.
And now the boys are across. We also saw Omnia finish. Invictus Tiny Dancers, they are in. Smith Brothers.
Love seeing those guys out here.
It's like a staple in our men's team competition.
Coming out for so many years, so consistent.
Daddy's Angels, they are across. Christian Harris, Will Carter, and David Bradley. And now Good Dudes. James Sprague, Jason Hopper, and Dallin Pepper are across at the 14-minute mark.
Interesting finish for that team in this heat like that.
But the event win is going to go to Team Go Wad. They go sub 11. Right around 10:54. Guido, thanks so much for coming by, and thanks so much for having us and for all your hard work and putting on this competition. It's been an absolute blast.
And thanks for starting the whole thing from the beginning, brother.
Oh, man, I appreciate it.
Brought
We did
us
it for
all
you
together,
guys, man, so we can all enjoy it together. Thank you.
Let's take a look at our Rain Total Body Fuel replay.
Out early, King BK.
You got it.
Needed a good
wet
quality.
kiss, buddy.
A good quality event here. Still uncertain how it's going to shake up after this morning. But again, the best of both worlds. But PB&J making a good move on the bar. I mean, you got 3 athletes that move the bar so well, as well as the gymnastics. But with Fikowski and Vellner a bit fatigued, possibly from the individual competition, and it just opened the door for Go Wad. So you got Jay Crouch, Willie George, and Roman Karenikov And just hard charge through that set in the middle 20 where they made their move and held on for the final 10.
And they are with Nikki Brazier.
It's so funny. We've been talking about how important communication was specifically for this event, and you guys all speak different languages. How did you manage the communication for the synchro parts of this workout?
Yeah, and that's it. All the boys throwing banter backstage saying, how are you guys going to do this? It's absolute chaos. But yeah, we put a good plan in the works before we started. We knew what we were doing, and yeah, we executed that, and yeah, got the job done, so let's go.
You did, and I was going to ask, sort of outside of just this one event in training, I mean, you all come from different places, you have different backgrounds. How has it been training as a team for this event?
Yeah, I mean, me and Willie got together, I think it was on Thursday, and Roman was already doing his thing out here, so yeah, we're just rolling with the dice and just going for it.
Yeah, the universal language of CrossFit, right?
Exactly.
How are you guys feeling about tomorrow?
Yeah, I suppose I'll have a look at the workouts tonight, and we'll come up with a plan and keep going.
We're rolling with the punches here. Great job, guys. Thank you so much.
GoWod will win the event. We still have more competition to come tomorrow for the elite teams as we close out the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza in Miami, Florida. Thanks so much for being with us here today, everybody. Looking forward to seeing you back here tomorrow. For Nikki Brazier, Chase Ingram, and our entire crew here in Miami, I'm Sean Woodland. We'll see you back here for the final day of the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza.